Yes, we are live.
We are live, wonderful. And a quick question, can you hear me appropriately through my speaker or do you need me to phone in?
Yeah, you are very quiet. Let me see if I can adjust our side.
Okay.
Keep talking.
I can keep talking. I can certainly do that. Not a problem at all, ever. How's that sounding, Luke? How's it sounding?
That is better.
All right.
Better.
Something changes, let me know and I'll give a call in. All right, do we have, okay, there's Susan. Everything is weird on my screen, so I gotta move things around to make sure everyone's here. Okay, fantastic. So the council has just returned from a closed session and is our city attorney here? I don't think that our city attorney is here, so I will say that we have no reportable action that was taken. And so now I will call to order our city council meeting of the city of Atascadero. And I will ask Council Member Funk to lead us in a pledge of allegiance.
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America
and to the
republic
for which
it
it
stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under God,
under
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and
for all.
and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk,
Here.
Councilmember Fonzie,
Here.
Councilmember Newsom,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Borbeau,
Here,
Mayor Moreno.
Here,
All present.
thank you.
So Mayor, this is Brian Pierick. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, well, for some reason it was muted before, but I am in attendance by phone.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So I want to welcome anyone who happens to be in the audience. We are all virtual right now, so we can see the City Hall on the screen, but and I know all of you can see us, so this is great. If there's anyone here, we do welcome you. And if you're watching or listening to the City Council meeting, we welcome you this evening. If you would like to speak during the time set aside for community forum or during public comment for any one of the items that's listed on the agenda, and you're not in the audience this evening, then let me give you the phone number. You can call in. That's 805-538-2888, and you can provide public comment via phone. And when you call, please let us know which item it is that you want to speak on. So once again, that number tonight to provide public comment is 805-538-2888. And with that, I will ask for a roll call, please.
Did you want to ask for the approval of the agenda?
Oh,
That's okay.
yes, you are so correct. Wait a minute. Yes, thank you. I'm sitting here looking at roll call and agenda, and I'm like, roll call, we just did roll call. Thank you so much. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Funk, a second by Councilmember Newsom. We will waive the reading in full of all ordinances appearing on this agenda, and the titles of the ordinances will be read aloud by the city clerk at the first reading after the motion and before the city council votes. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Fonzie,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Borbeau,
yes,
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We have no presentations this evening, so we will move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of items that are considered to be routine and non-controversial by city staff, and they'll be approved with one motion if no member of the council or the public wishes to comment or ask questions. If a comment or discussion is desired by anyone, then we'll remove the item from the consent calendar, and it will be considered in the listed sequence with an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council concerning the item before action is taken. So I would like to pull item 3. Is there anything else, any other item that a council member wishes to pull?
No.
Okay. Luke, is there anyone on the line that has an item that they would like to pull for discussion?
Let me check. There is not.
Okay.
We
so
did
let's-
have a comment. Sorry, Mayor Moreno. We did have a comment on A3, but since you've pulled it, I'll reserve that comment for after discussion.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we go ahead and have a motion, if I could get a motion to approve items 1 and 2 on the consent calendar.
So moved. I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Fonzie and a second by Councilmember Newsom. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fonzie,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barbeau,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So the reason I pulled this, I love that we're doing it. We're trying to make the outdoor dining option easier for our businesses during this very stressful and challenging time. And what I would like to consider is that we remove the fee entirely. I know we've made it a nominal fee, and the purpose of that is we want to make sure that people come in to get the permit and don't just go off and do things on their own that could create a dangerous situation or something to that effect. I would like to see if maybe we could switch that around, where if they come in to get the permit and go through the process, that we would waive that fee. There would be no fee. On the other hand, if somebody goes and does something and isn't doing it through the correct process, then would need to pay that fee. So something like reversing that. Any thoughts on that from my colleagues? Heather.
Do we know if anybody's come in to pull permits and pay existing fees?
Rochelle, I would ask you, do we know that?
No, nobody has come in yet.
Because I know outdoor patios are currently going up, but I don't think that we've had any street effects or other right-of-ways affected.
Councilmember Fonzie.
Yes, I did get the Chamber of Commerce newsletter, and they mentioned that they were going to talk about having more outdoor dining, but they didn't give our numbers or didn't let the public know where they needed to go to get this permit. So I have some reservations about having a $0 no permit, but if you don't get the permit, you pay the fine. Because I'm not sure that the public's been fully informed that they need to get a permit, that they can't just go out and put their benches or tables or whatever on the sidewalk. So I'm wondering, before we enact this, how will the public be made informed about this?
Rochelle, are you the one that we're asking questions of on this item?
Yeah, I was hoping Bill Dunsmore is available, and I would have him tell you a little bit about the process that we've been going through over the last week or so in reaching out to all of the restaurants and bars in advance of what we thought was coming. So, Bill, are you there?
Yes. Thank you, Rochelle. And good evening, City Council and Mayor. We've actually been working on this for several weeks, long before we even knew that we might be taking a few steps back in accordance with the state mandate that recently happened. So we've been speaking with the Chamber of Commerce, the downtown business owners, and then more recently, starting Friday, myself and my team has been starting I'll call it a marathon of calling every single restaurant in town and telling them about this opportunity, telling them where to come to get help, telling them what information that we need and how to set this up. And several of us have actually even been going around to the restaurants and speaking with folks and telling them how they can do it. And we've already got a lot of inquiries on folks that want to do this. So there has been that level of outreach. We can always do more. It's almost impossible to reach everyone, but we've definitely made a significant effort over the last few weeks.
And so it even, Roberta, sounds maybe like we're just making sure we're communicating things with the chamber so that communications from, you know, us to businesses and the chamber to businesses are consistent. Councilmember Fonzie.
Yes, perhaps we should consider if we're going to go with a $0 permit, that if they don't get the permit, that we make the fee $50 rather than the 150 or 300 that was on some of these.
Yeah, that was my intention. Yeah.
Okay, and just another question, and it may or may not be applicable, but I did talk to a barber shop today, and they said they were able to move a barber chair out onto the sidewalk. Would that be something they would need to get a permit, or that wouldn't be allowed because it's not really a restaurant? A little off topic, sorry.
So let me just chime in on that. Phil Dunsmore speaking again. So from what I understand, I think the way things are going, I think that barbershops and beauty salons may be prohibited altogether here shortly. But certainly this kind of sidewalk use or outdoor use could be applied to any commercial business that is able to operate under the current mandate and that we can have adjust outside. So it doesn't have to be just eating and drinking. It could be other things that people wish to do. So I think primarily its goal is to get the restaurants, but certainly I think we should welcome all types of businesses to evaluate this opportunity.
Any other, Councilmember Funk?
Yeah, I want to take the opportunity to thank the staff for that outreach. I know we had an issue that I brought up that we all agreed on, you know, a few sessions ago, and I just really appreciate the staff reaching out there to our local restaurants and seeing what, you know, creatively trying to manage where we can create opportunities so that it's safer for everybody to be outdoors and we can keep our businesses thriving. I don't have any real concerns about dropping the fees all the way down to zero if the staff is comfortable with that. I know there were some reservations. I do also want to clarify that in our packet, there were different numbers on two different pages of the packet. And
I think our city clerk has made those, she'll have some changes that she'll need to tell us about.
Okay, yeah. So that's just wanted for anybody that might have read the packet. We are talking about the fees that we see before us on the broadcast, not the ones that were erroneously included on one page of the packet.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just a similar comment to Councilmember Funk there, that I'm okay with what you're suggesting, but sometimes I think the staff has had a concern in the past that if we lower fees to nothing, then people get the impression that it's not real important. They don't need to comply at all. They just go ahead and do it. So I'm just curious, you know, what the city manager's comments are on.
That is a concern. We have had in the past, whenever there's a $0 permit, people just think they don't have to come in for a permit at all. If people are setting up chairs and tables in parking lots and streets on sidewalks, it is very important that we do review those for safety. We want to be as flexible as we can and as open as we can. We also want to make sure the cars don't get confused and plow right into the diners. So that's our primary concern. We do want to take a look at those things. We are doing a considerable amount of outreach on this, at least to restaurants at this point in time and bars. So I feel better about reducing this fee just because there is so much communication going on. If it's, you know, because we have some flexibility because we are under the COVID pandemic, the Director of Emergency Services does have some flexibility to issue orders quickly. If it feels like we're running into a lot of problems where people aren't coming in for the permits because they're $0, perhaps, you know, we could, the Director of Emergency Services, myself, could act quickly and move them to this level.
Yeah, I think because you are having that degree of outreach to them, and I will say you've done that from day one. I mean, from the day we heard like the governor's order and things were actually our shelter home order started the day before, but you from day one, I know both Phil and Terry were reaching out to businesses far and wide to let them know what was coming, you know, how could we help? And so very appreciative of that. And it seems like with the 53 restaurants we have, if we're having that much communication with them, it's less likely that that might happen. But if something does start to go awry, Rochelle, it sounds like you have the authority with which to deal with that appropriately. With that, any other council member comments before I ask for public comment? No, okay. So Luke, I will ask, is there anyone, and I'll go ahead and give that phone number again, 805-538-2888. Is there anyone on the line wishing to comment on this item?
I have no one to discuss this item.
Okay, thank you. And I will ask our city clerk for any public comment on this item.
Yes, we did receive an email from Maria Kelly, who said, I support the reduction of fees as a way to promote opportunities to support our business community. End comment.
Okay. Wow, that was the shortest public comment. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you. So I will go ahead. Oh, we have another public comment item with our city manager.
Yes, we have a member of the public.
Oh, fabulous.
Would you like to speak on this item, Mr. Mason at City Hall? You want to speak on this item? This is about the reduced fees for downtown businesses. Nope, we are good.
All right, so I
No
will bring
comment.
that back to, we'll close public comment and I'll bring that back to council for a motion.
Mayor
Laura?
Moreno, I apologize. We do have a caller for this item, Jeff Oslin.
We'll reopen public comment then.
All right, so Jeff Oslin is on the line.
Good evening, City Council. Sorry for the confusion here. Hey, I will comment in saying that in the recent weeks and what Phil and his staff has done for restaurants has been phenomenal. And I have full confidence in his staff on this item for restaurants or businesses running outside. I think they've done a great job. And, you know, our city manager's concern of fees being zero may not be the best move. So I agree with her that there should be a fee so people know that they need to come down, but it could be a reduced fee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other callers, Luke?
We have no other callers for this item.
All right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion or a motion. Or actually, hold on one moment. Laura, is there anything that you needed to add with regards to the items that were in some of the just typographical or changes that needed to be made?
Yeah, so I think what was being proposed is in section 1 of the resolution, where instead of saying lower cost, to implement streamlined and no or low cost instead of just lower cost. Since that if the proposal is to go to a zero fee, so then it would read no or low cost temporary use permits. And then you'd have an updated chart where it would have original fee, then it would have the no cost fee, and then the proposed lower cost fee. So your chart would update. And then the chart also, we need to make sure that it's the corrected chart, so it shows 50, 50, 50, and 100, which is what was in the staff report, but actually was the wrong chart that was put in the resolution itself. So we'll update the chart there. And then below that, it was proposed to also say fees will be waived in full for any business that apply for an outdoor dining permit prior to the establishment of an outdoor dining area Businesses that fail to apply for an outdoor dining permit prior to the establishment of an outdoor dining area will be subject to the reduced fees in the chart above entitled Proposed Fee Without Permit. And I think we might have a slide. Luke, do we have a slide that shows that updated table?
Is it in the PowerPoint or the Word document?
I think it's in the PowerPoint. Like there was 4. Yeah, there we go. So you can see the original fee, the proposed fee with the permit, and then the proposed fee without a permit. So that would be the proposed language. And I do real quick can shoot over that if you want to see it written out. Since I sort of just read it to you, and that was probably not helpful. I don't know, Luke, is it possible to throw up the Word document? Yeah, there we go.
There we go. We see it.
So you can see, as I mentioned in section 1, it would change to say no or low cost, and then the verbiage about waiving it if they apply for the permit in advance.
Okay. Any questions or comments or a motion?
I move that we adopt the draft resolution as amended.
Second?
Is that sufficient for you, Laura?
Yes. So we have it up here written. So that this is as amended, and then we'll make those changes and reflect them in the minutes.
Thank you. And thank you to my council members. So that's a motion by Council Member Newsom, a second by Council Member Fonzie. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Fonzie?
Yes.
Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barbeau?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next, we have our updates from the city manager. Ms. Rickard.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The first item I want to talk to you about tonight is the summer 2020 concerts. We're very pleased to again present a fantastic lineup of local bands for our 2020 Saturday Summer Concert Series. Even with all of the governor's orders and the changes in our COVID status, we are still holding a summer concert series, but it is being done virtually. So we held our first concert of the season last Saturday with the wonderful Martin Paris Band playing live and virtually presented right here from the city's City Hall's upper rotunda. Currently, for the safety and well-being of our community, our summer concerts are presented virtually each Saturday. They are available live on KPRL 1230 AM radio and on the city's YouTube channel at atascadero.org/YouTube, beginning at 6 p.m. on Saturdays. We are still hoping to host at least a couple of these wonderful concerts at the Atascadero Lake Bandstand, but we want to make sure that we do it safely and in compliance with public health. In the meantime, our next virtual Saturday summer concert coming up on July 25th will feature 60s and 70s rock music being played by the David Rasecci Band. And the full lineup and schedule for our Saturday summer concerts can be found at visitatascadero.com/events. And we are also going to continue movies in the park. So that's our next item. We have drive-in movies in the park. They are coming soon. So during COVID-19 social distancing requirements and with the safety of our residents in mind, we won't be able to hold our usual summertime Movies in the Garden here in the Sunken Gardens. So this summer, instead of movies in the gardens, we plan to have a drive-in movies at Paloma Park. This way we'll still have something families can look forward to, and they'll be able to have a fun-filled drive-in movie experience from the privacy of their own car. Our summer movie lineup kicks off with Frozen 2, rated PG, on August 8th. All of our drive-in movies start just after dusk, around 8 p.m. Reservations are required because we will need to limit the number of cars that can come there. So reservations can be made at My805Tix, at my805tix.com, beginning on July 20th. Reservations are free and are available on a first come, first served basis. Spaces are limited, and so be sure to go online on July 20th to make your reservations. Our movies are brought to you by T-Mobile and Idler Home. And for more information, be sure to go to visit Atascadero.com/events. For the last item, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Casey Bryson to tell you a little bit about the city's ISO ratings, and I'm sure he will say something about Templeton's new fire chief. Their gain is our loss. So Casey, are you there?
Thank you. Yes. Can you all hear me tonight?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Yeah, first off, we have a big announcement. Our 15-year plus fire marshal, who holds the rank of battalion chief with the fire department, will be Tom Peterson will be taking over as the fire chief of Templeton Fire and Emergency Services starting in August. So big congratulations to him, well deserved, and he will do great in that position, but it is a big loss for us as well. So we will be doing a recruitment in the near future for a fire marshal battalion chief. So congratulations to him, but we have our work cut out for us now. So with that, I'm just going to give you a real quick brief report on our ISO classification rating. ISO, Insurance Services Office, is an independent private company that provides information about risk in local communities. They collect and evaluate information from communities throughout the United States on their structure fire suppression capabilities. And that's really as opposed to your ability to assist on a medical call, a rescue call, or even wildland firefighting. So it's really your structure fire suppression capability. Evaluations, an ISO evaluation takes place whenever a significant change occurs in your community, or as in our case, 5 years. So our last evaluation was 2015. This report was completed this spring and will take effect in October. An ISO representative comes usually in person, but this spring it was via Zoom, works at the fire department and completes a comprehensive evaluation, and a grade is then assigned to the community. This grade is based basically on our ability to protect the average size buildings in our town, not necessarily taking into account responding to multiple alarms at the same time, anything for life safety, or like I mentioned, wildland firefighting. Communities are given a rating 1 through 10, lower the better. Insurance companies then use this rating to help establish premiums for homeowners and businesses, commercial businesses, for their fire insurance. As you may have heard, I've talked to local insurance companies. You've heard from horror stories of homeowners who may have lost their insurance. There are many factors that play into someone's homeowner's insurance. So ISO is just one, but other things including the location and in a wildland-prone area, vegetation around the house. So there's a lot of things that play into that factor, not just the ISO rating. So just real briefly, there's 3 main criteria that they score. 50% comes from the fire department, including your staffing levels, training, station location, engine capacity, that sort of thing. 40% comes from your water supply, number of fire hydrants, how much water is available, inspection and flow testing. And then 10% comes from the community's emergency communication system, or your 911 dispatch center. This looks at the equipment, processing times, measures, training, that sort of thing. There are 39,000 rated fire protection areas in the U.S., and only 1%, less than 1%, become a Class 1, and about 4.4% are Class 2. Rating of 5 is the most common. I'm happy to announce we maintained our rating of a 3/3X. So looking at that score, that 3 is all areas within 5 road miles of a fire station and also within 1,000 feet of a fire hydrant. And then they give a 3X designation for any properties beyond the 1,000 feet of a hydrant, but within 5 road miles of a fire station. So what I am pleased about this rating is that though our classification stayed the same, our total number did increase, and it seems pretty significantly. We went from a 72.43 to 77, so nearly a 5-point jump, and that puts us within a handful of points of a Class 2 rating, which, as you heard, those are pretty few and far between. So some of our improvements over the last year in the fire department training, we increased some training, driver's training, but really it was over the 5 years from 5 years ago was that staffing level. So that's increases that we've made over the last 5 years of our staffing, including the chief officers, battalion chiefs. We just mentioned Tom Peterson, but the battalion chief rank, having those on duty really helped our staffing rating there. So with that, I'm proud to make that announcement, and that concludes my report, and I'll give it back to the city manager.
And that concludes my report. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a couple with regards to the concerts in the park. If reservations are all taken up, but then people don't show up, can other people be there to kind of standby, or how will that play out?
I think we are still trying to figure out some of those challenges that we will have.
Okay.
So we will work on that.
Please thank Terry very much for her creativity. I think doing these kinds of things is really good for our community. One other question, I had a resident ask me today when our next corridor meeting will be. I guess she had tried to get onto one of the webinars and wasn't able to. So do we have any more of those planned coming up regarding the downtown enhancement?
We don't have one scheduled, but we could get one scheduled. Why don't you have them reach out to Phil, and
Okay.
he'll set up a time. We'd love to give that presentation to as many people as possible.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Yes, thanks. First of all, kudos to the staff for making an effort to have those concerts and movies occur despite the challenges. I did hear from a number of people who are eagerly awaiting those concerts that they had some difficulty hearing given the acoustics of the rotunda. Are there things in the works that maybe might make that a little bit better as we continue to learn how to manage the challenges of the time?
Yes, there were a few challenges, especially at the beginning of the concert, and depending on which feed you were trying to listen to. We are working through those challenges and hopefully have a better solution. So continue to get better at it.
Great. Was there a recommendation on which avenue of accessing the concert seemed to have better sound?
There are some challenges with getting KPRL and radio access, which was why the upper rotunda was chosen at that time. So we are working with them to make sure that we do have some other concert venues that might be seen to make sure that that feed is going to be as good as it is from here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Rochelle, you mentioned there was limited spaces available for the drive-in movie thing. How many is that, by the way? I mean, how many can you accommodate? Or have you not figured that out yet completely?
Terry is good. She just texted me 50, and they will have waiting lists. You can sign up a waiting list once those 50 slots are taken.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Great, thank you. Good report. Now we will move on to community forum, and this is the portion of our meeting that is reserved for persons wanting to address the council on matters that are not on this agenda and over which the council has jurisdiction. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record before making your comments, and any comments made during community forum will not be a subject of discussion. A maximum of 30 minutes will be allowed for community forum, and any members of the public who have questions or need any information may contact the city clerk's office between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday at 805-470-3400 or at cityclerk@atascadero.org. So we'll go ahead and open up now community forum. I will start by asking, is there anyone in the audience there live at City Hall that is wishing to speak at community forum?
No one here wants to speak on that item.
Okay, and I will ask, are there any callers that are wishing to speak on community forum?
We do not have any callers for this item.
Okay. And then I will ask our city clerk, are there any comments that were received by email to be read into the record?
No comments for community forum.
I am pretty sure that this is a first in 7.5 years on council that we've had no community forum. So the community forum portion of the meeting is now closed. And again, any member of the public who has questions or needs information, maybe you weren't able to get to the phone, you're not in a place where you can make those comments, or you meant to email something and you didn't, know that you never have to wait for a meeting to reach out to us. You can always email any of the council members, you can email the city clerk. Usually the city clerk is the best way because she can immediately start getting answers for you, but we always want to hear from you. So email, phone, reach out to us. You never have to wait for a second or a fourth Tuesday. And with that, we will move on. We have no public hearings this evening. We have our management reports, and the first one is our sales tax ballot measure, and it is our Deputy City Manager, Laura Christensen, who will be making this presentation. So I'll hand it over to you, Laura.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just waiting for what I just do. Just lost my screen. Okay, well, I will pull it up myself since I just don't know what I did and lost my screen. Sorry, this is my first time back in 3 months, and so I'm not used to doing meetings this way.
You are many times over forgiven, and we're very glad that you're back.
Thank you. So give me just 1 second. I'm going to pull it up.
And as you're pulling that up, I will just remind the public, if anyone is just tuned in, you can make public comment at any of the items on the agenda. Call into the meeting at 805-538-2888. Again, that number is 805-538-2888. You can call at any time, and you'll be able to listen in and kind of hold on the line and let Luke know when you call in what item number you wish to be speaking on.
Okay, so tonight, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, we're going to talk about the consideration of placing the sales tax measure on the ballot. Just quickly again on the background, as we know, the city of Atascadero is fiscally challenged. And, you know, since incorporation, we've looked for ways to, you know, do as much as we can with the resources that we have, and as little, stretch the little amount that we have as far as we can. And so we've spent a good amount of our time trying to balance, you know, our budget and make those adjustments. And Luke has just popped in my office and he's going to fix my screen for me. And so, you know, we want to continue to maintain our essential services and do that, but with the funding that we do have, that is a challenge. And so there's been a lot of discussion over the past 2 years, and most recently at the May 26th council meeting, where the council did direct staff to prepare the necessary legislation in order to bring forward a thank you, Luke, a proposed sales tax measure to take to the public, sorry, to the voters to place on the November election. And so tonight, what we're going to talk about is what that legislation is and what we have to go through to implement that in order to place that on the ballot. So for a sales tax measure, the council themselves cannot decide on a measure. It requires voter approval. But what does have to happen is the council does have to decide by a 2/3 vote. So 4 out of the 5 council members do have to vote to place the item on the ballot, as well as introduce and adopt an ordinance that has the language for how the sales tax measure will be established and function. Council, obviously, as I just said, they can impose the tax. Only voters can. So all they can do is place the measure on the ballot, vote to place it on the ballot, and then that goes before the voters. And then the voters, by a majority, so a 50+1, could vote to pass that sales tax measure. Prop 218 has said that you can only place a sales tax measure on the ballot when council members are selected. We do that November of even years, which is this November. So now is the time, if we move forward with the sales tax measure, to put it on the ballot. If passed, it does not go into effect until April 1st of 2021. That again is a legal requirement. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have to adopt the ordinance detailing the measure. That's something, so a lot of what we'll talk about right now is what is required by elections code. Sales tax measures are also governed by the revenue and tax code, and the revenue and tax code says that a sales tax measure is, the ordinance establishing the sales tax measure is adopted by the city council and approved by the voters. So that's been taken to mean that the city council introduces and adopts an ordinance establishing that sales tax language, and then that language becomes the sales tax measure that goes to the voters. So that's sort of what we'll do tonight. When we get to the recommendations, you'll see it's sort of a 2-step process. At your last meeting in June, your second meeting in June, you adopted resolutions 2020-051 and 2020-052, which initiated the election process and consolidated the city's election with the county. But now that we're talking about a sales tax measure, we also have to clarify that ballot language and get that, and the council has to take the step to actually say, yes, we want to present this ballot measure language to the public, and here's what the language is going to look like. So we have to be very clear about the language, which is in draft resolution A, and then send that forward with the ordinance that details exactly how the sales tax will work in the city. Send that to the county to then work in conjunction with the previously passed resolutions to be included as part of the election process. We also have draft resolutions B and C, which are also requirements of the election code to set priorities for filing of the written arguments, authorize council members to write arguments, and then allow for the filing of rebuttals. So the proposed language that we have right now reads, to provide funding for fire protection, paramedics, and 911 emergency response, police, crime prevention and investigations, maintenance of parks, public facilities and infrastructure, graffiti removal and recreation, community services, and other general city services in the city of Atascadero, shall an ordinance establishing a 1% sales tax be adopted, providing approximately $4.5 million annually for city services until ended by voters, with annual independent audits and all money locally controlled. That is what the language, so that is, and then next to that would be a box that said yes or no. And so that is exactly how the language would go before the voters on the ballot in November. And then as part of that, there in the voter information pamphlet, there are, as a city's an impartial analysis, and then there allows for it to be written arguments for and against, as well as rebuttal arguments. In order for those written arguments and for rebuttal arguments to be included, the council has to take steps and adopt resolutions allowing for those. So your resolution before you tonight, Resolution B, is calling for the city attorney's impartial analysis, which is limited to 500 words, and then also allowing for the submittal of written arguments for and against the ballot measure. Those are limited to 300 words. And the deadline, oh, I didn't put a date there. The deadline for those is July 24th, is July 24th. And also what this resolution does is it also allows for, should the council decide, it allows you as a council to permit council members to author written arguments in favor of the item if council members would so choose to do that. And then you have your Resolution C, which then allows for rebuttal arguments. So you have allowed for the written, Resolution B would allow for the filing of written arguments, and then Resolution C would allow for the filing of rebuttal arguments, which are limited to 250 words, and those would be due by August 3rd. And then another thing is that arguments can only have 5 authors, and all authors would have to sign the arguments when they submit them. It's really hard for me because I can't see anybody, so I apologize.
We see everything. We hear you. You're doing good.
Okay, great. And then elections code also also requires, and in Resolution B, this also sets the priorities, which I sort of mentioned and didn't go over, which basically says when more than one argument in favor or opposed is submitted, the city clerk has to decide, basically based on criteria that's set in the elections code, which argument is selected and printed. And in this case, because if city council makes the decision to allow for council members to file arguments, then that would take priority over any other person who has submitted. So whether an individual voter or a bona fide association submits a written argument in favor, if the city council has authorized and city council members submit one, those ones take precedent. Then, and as I mentioned before, Resolution A, as well as, I should point this out, which I didn't, as well as the introduction of and the adoption of the ordinance requires 2/3 of the council. So 4 out of 5 of the council members have to vote in favor of placing the item on the ballot, as well as introducing and adopting, which would come back in August, the ballot measure. Your elections costs, when we talked in May, the county had estimated the election at $40,700. That was just for an election with candidates. To add the sales tax ballot measure, we're estimating an additional $12,000. So the total estimate for the election is $52,700. And this slide's going to be in thirds just because the recommendations are rather long, but the recommendations are to introduce on first reading by title only, draft ordinance amending Title III of the Atascadero Municipal Code, to add Chapter 18, Essential Services, Transactions and Use Tax, to be administered by the California Department of Tax and Administration, subject to adoption by the electorate. Adopt the following resolutions to submit to voters a question related to increased sales tax. Draft Resolution A, approving ballot measure text relating to increased sales tax to be submitted to the qualified electors of the city at the general municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2020, as called by resolution number 2020-051. Draft resolution B, setting priorities for filing written arguments regarding the city measure and directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. And draft resolution C, providing for the filing of rebuttal arguments for city measures submitted at municipal elections. And your final recommendation tonight is to authorize the Director of Administrative Services to appropriate $12,200 of general fund reserve monies to the city clerk budget. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Laura. So we will go ahead and start with any questions that the council has, and then we'll move to, and I will let you know that we got some feedback that we were having some audio issues, and so there were some individuals that wanted to speak during community forum. So when this item is complete, item C1 is complete, I will reopen community forum. We will complete community forum, and then we'll come back to item C2. So with that, any council questions? Councilmember Funk.
Yes, a few here. First of all, we refer to this generally as a sales tax measure, but I see the official title is Essential Services Transactions and Use Tax. Is it fair to assume that that particular title is standard language from the state and that we can safely refer to this as a sales tax measure?
Yes, the Revenue and Taxation Code calls it a transactions and use tax, which is in essence a sales tax. But for our purposes, when we need to create it and codify it into our municipal code and send it over to the state for collection, we'll need to call it a transactions and use tax.
Okay, that's fine. And if the effective date is in April of 2021, when does the city actually start receiving funding from this revenue stream if it is passed by the voters?
I'm going to see if either our finance director or our city manager know better on that one. I don't know for sure with the state when actual revenues start to be distributed to the city.
Okay, well, somebody can come back and weigh on that just to clarify later.
And I can answer that. Typically, we get our estimate for the April payments at the end of June. So around June 20, 25, 25th, we would get our first estimated tax payment for that, 2021.
Thank you. So ended, roughly the end of June. Okay. And to clarify, if for the ballot, negotiating the ballot arguments, if two council members are designated by the council to be part of the author team for the arguments in favor of the ballot measure, are those council members permitted under the Brown Act to then communicate freely with each other and authors who are not on the council to craft those, to do the wordsmithing?
Yes, there's only two of you and you've been authorized to do that. So as long as it stays within the two that have been authorized, then there's not a Brown Act violation.
Okay, very good. And would it be, I know we have language in the, that it is on, what's lost my page? Oh, page 55. I have my little stickies here. On page 55, when we're in draft resolution C, that the current language of it requires that the arguments for be sent to the people who were against and vice versa, but not necessarily if there were other authors, it's not clear what they would receive. Would it be without having to change this language, would the staff be comfortable just as a practice that if anybody submits a ballot argument, that they would get a copy of the arguments, both arguments that were selected?
Sure, I don't see that would be a problem. It does go for public review, so we could send that over to them. so that they would know what was moving forward.
That would be a convenience and good disclosure. I would appreciate that. Okay. Well, when we get back, I will have a couple of small amendments to suggest, but I think that comes later in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fonzie.
Yes, I was wondering if Rochelle could perhaps go back with the report received from the consultant and pull up the language that was in there for those who had concerns about the ballot measure that we had discussed at the last meeting, and there is an item that's separate on our packet tonight that discuss oversight committees and so forth. And several of us had raised that issue, wanting to have oversight. But I'm wondering if maybe we changed the language on our ballot measure, it would satisfy some of the language that satisfied those that had doubts in the survey report. I hope I'm making myself clear. That there were people who were going to vote no, and several of them changed their minds and voted yes when certain language was inserted that gave them assurance that there would be some oversight. I was wondering if you could go back and pull that language out for us.
Sure, give me just 1 second and I will pull that out. Hey, it's uploading right now. And it looks like the language, I don't have it to put on the screen, but I can read it to you. So one of the survey questions that went out was about positive arguments in favor of the ballot measure. And one of the arguments was there will be a clear system of accountability, including independent audits, annual reports to community to ensure that money is spent properly.
Thank you. And just looking at the results from that, Laura, several members changed their mind that were surveyed. Isn't that correct?
Let's see if I go backwards.
I can share. I have that in front of me here, Laura.
Oh, perfect.
Moreno. So the ones who said probably or definitely no, which was about 25% of those surveyed, when they were given that positive argument summary, 14% of them found it very convincing. Then the 52 who were not sure of the ballot measure, which represented between 6 and 7% of those surveyed, when they were read that argument, 38% of them found it very convincing.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm not sure if this is the time to bring this up. I know we're taking questions, but I do have some concerns because circumstances have changed since this survey was taken. And many people have been thrown out of work. Businesses are struggling, as we know, and COVID has made big changes in the finances of many people. So I think anything that we can do to make our ballot statement as strong as possible is extremely important, even if it just moves a couple of people, because this sales tax measure is so important to this community that we really need all the votes that we can get. And if we could polish this language very slightly, I think we would be ahead and perhaps it would benefit us. Is this the time to bring that forward, or would you like to continue with the questions and then come back to it?
Let's continue with questions and come back to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other council questions on this item before we open it up to public comment? Councilmember Newsom.
My question is around along the lines of how the authors of the ballot resolution B written arguments, how that is determined. I think we all see.
So we will, when we start to deliberate, we will choose the 2 council members to do that. So we'll kind of wait until that time when we get into our deliberations, and then those 2 will work. I believe, Laura, could you let us know? I think our administrative services director is working on some language.
For a written argument, I think there are some people on their personal time who've been working on arguments, and I want to say that, yeah, Jerry Rangel has been doing some of that as a resident.
Yeah.
She's been working on some language.
Okay, so there's some language being worked on. We'll select the 2 council members, and then there are others in the community that have expressed being a part of that. So we'll talk about that during deliberation.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open this item up to public comment. Anyone not already on the phone, 805-538-2888 is the number. I will start by asking, is there anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on this item? Our city manager, I don't know if you're muted, but we can't hear you. Is there anyone in the chambers wishing to speak?
No, nobody in the chamber is interested in speaking at this time.
Okay, thank you. And then I will ask Luke, do we have any callers on the phone wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, we have one caller, Gary Kirkland.
Hi. Yeah, Gary Kirkland here from Atascadero. A couple of issues. One, as Council Member Fonzie mentioned, things have changed since you last voted on this. With this new shutdown, there are going to be all kinds of businesses that close and people lose their jobs. Raising a sales tax will only exacerbate their situation and make it much more difficult for them to buy things to live in this town. And so it'll only make it worse. When you read the resolution about what this tax is going to cover, things like the zoo or parks and recreation, when people are losing their homes, that is not an appropriate use of government funds. If private people wish to support the parks and wish to support the zoo, they should have every right to do so. But to force people to pay taxes to support things that only some people want or can afford is, to me, wasteful, and we should vote this down. The other thing is, only the citizens of Atascadero will be able to vote on this tax increase. But since this town is trying to push itself as a tourist town, people who come from other places will have to pay this tax also. And we fought a revolution 240 years ago about no taxation without representation. A sales tax of this sort, the people who will pay it would not have had any chance to vote either for the city council or for the tax itself. So I'm urging the city council to vote this down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Do you have any other callers?
We have no other callers for this item.
Thank you. And then I will ask our city clerk if we have any email comments that have been received.
We do have.
Hi, my name is.
Oh. Luke,
Sorry, was it my turn? I heard the beep.
Hold on a second. Luke, is that another caller for public comment on this item?
I'm not positive. Let me wait a second for David to screen them. Go ahead with the written comments.
Okay, thank you.
So some of these are maybe rather long, so I'm going to read fast. We have them available. They've been forwarded to City Council, and if anyone in the public would like access to these, send an email to cityclerk@atascadero.org. We'd be happy to send you a copy of these comments, and these comments will also be included in the minutes for this meeting. So I just want to say that before I start reading, since I'm going to try to read a little fast and some of these are long. So here goes. First one came from Ron Overacker. Atascadero City Council. My name is Ron Overacker, and I am the president of the Atascadero Police Association. I would first like to commend the council on your leadership in getting this sales tax measure to vote. Especially in these trying times, it has taken a great deal of courage to fund studies and have the discussion to get us to tonight. Although the world has shifted so dramatically since the council first discussed this tax measure, the need is as strong today as it was when this discussion first began. The COVID pandemic sweeping the nation, business closures, and a resurgence of the virus is again creating so much uncertainty with how we conduct our lives and its effect on the community's physical and economic health. The governor is scheduled to release 8,000 prison inmates due to the pandemic, and the zero bail policy of issuing criminal citations without taking them to jail will continue until the governor ends the state of emergency. The events in Minneapolis have sparked nationwide protests, riots, and open calls to defund the institution of policing. However, even closer to home in Paso Robles and Templeton, our officers bravely answered the call with an active shooter incident that resulted in multiple officers and deputies being injured. Our officers also raced to assist Paso Robles when a wildfire swept through their residential community, evacuating residents and helping get them to safety. Despite all the changes in the world since this tax measure was introduced, the need is reinforced day after day. But our agency does not just need more bodies. Frankly, the professional policing service which this community has enjoyed is the envy of the nation. Despite the ratio of less than one officer per thousand, the city still employs professional officers that do their work with dignity and represent the highest ideals of our profession every single day. In other places, people are demonstrating and sometimes rioting on the city streets, demanding the same professional, compassionate policing that we here enjoy and may even take for granted. Many places have lost all hope in their police departments by demanding that society dismantle and defund the police. Here in Atascadero, the strong relationship and mutual trust between the public and police is at risk without passage of this tax measure. Inadequate funding will eventually erode the ability of the Atascadero Police Department to attract and retain qualified officers. Without additional staffing, our officers will not be able to protect the community as more and more criminals are on the streets, both through the zero bail and prison release. The public won't feel as safe as the city is eventually overrun with crime. This tax measure is the best hope of allowing our department to continue with an adequate staffing pattern and maintain the high levels of professionalism with which we have come to enjoy. This really isn't about the police department, it's about the community and our ability to maintain the trust of the people of Atascadero. The national dialogue about policing as an institution should tell us that we have something special and even enviable. Instead of defunding our police department, this tax measure will give our agency the necessary resources to maintain the high level of service and professionalism which we have all come to expect. Our fire department and infrastructure needs are all similarly circumstanced in their own ways. Our city has stretched our dollars as far as they can, and the community is worth having a professionally staffed and trained fire department with modern facilities and equipment. The city's infrastructure is aging and requires funding to maintain in order to continue the quality services provided by the city. I am encouraged that this council sees that vision, so I again ask for you to unanimously vote to place this sales tax measure on the ballot. Sincerely, Ron Overacker, President, Atascadero Police Association. Let me catch my breath. Okay, our next one is from Grigor Jones. Dear City Council members, I heartily concur with the salient and articulate comments of Officer Overacker. As your previous polling indicates, per COVID, our Atascadero residents understand that we need financially healthy departments for our first responders. I urge you to unanimously vote to place this measure on the ballot. Signed, Grigor Jones. Our next speaker is Ron DeCarly. Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Ron DeCarly. I reside at 9270 Barranco Road in Atascadero. I want to thank the Council for unanimously voting to consider placing this item on the ballot for the November election. It takes a lot of courage to consider placing a tax measure during these trying times. I strongly urge your council to support the staff recommendation as stated and continue the steps necessary to place this on the ballot. Please give the voters an opportunity to vote on this measure. Your staff report clearly identifies the need and rationale. Thank you, Ron DeCarly. Speaker Maria Kelly, I support a sales tax and staff recommendations 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Maria Kelly. Speaker Brandon Roberts. Atascadero City Council. My name is Brandon Roberts, and I am the president of the Atascadero Professional Firefighters Local 3600. I would like to start off by thanking and commending the council on continuing to move this tax measure to a vote this evening. We As we have all witnessed, our nation is in unprecedented times in response to COVID-19. However, the need for this tax measure is still as great as when discussions first began. As we are entering a resurgence of cases on the Central Coast in the state, we must continue to provide for our community at the same, if not higher level than before. Our community and citizens deserve that. This tax measure is our best hope to solidify that level of service into the future, not just within our fire department, but across all departments within the state. Our department prides itself on having the highest level of professionalism and providing the highest level of service and care to the community we love. As we see our call volume rise, we strive to continue to meet the needs of our city with what we currently have. However, we acknowledge that as those needs rise, so too will the stress of our existing budget and abilities to respond. Additional funding made available through this tax measure would allow our department to replace aging infrastructure and equipment, as well as provide the personnel needed to respond to our citizens when they call in their time of need. Enhancing our ability to respond to our neighbors and community is a must if we want to continue to have the trust of our residents and to be there for them when they call, no matter what the circumstance. We pride ourselves on our relationships with our fellow city personnel as well and feel the loss when we are unable to retain those valued members. Our community deserves a professional police department that can respond to the increase in call volume that they too are seeing. Additional staffing and retention of personnel would allow our officers to continue to have the trust of our residents and provide the protection our community enjoys and expects. The funding from the tax measure would greatly aid in their ability to provide compassionate policing that has been in the news daily for the last few months. As a whole, our city's infrastructure is aging and will need to be improved to continue the quality of life we currently have. The tax measure that is being put to a vote tonight would be a major step in the right direction to those necessary improvements. I commend our city manager and finance department for their ability to utilize our current funding to the maximum benefit of our city and community. I also applaud our city leadership in leading us through this challenging pandemic while continuing to provide the services our residents deserve. I would again like to thank our council members for their vision of a better future for Atascadero. As a lifetime resident of the city and the president of your Atascadero Professional Firefighters, I ask you to please unanimously vote to place this sales tax measure on the ballot. Sincerely, Brandon Roberts, Atascadero Professional Firefighters, Local 3600. And that concludes comments.
I see one other one here, Laura, from Courtney Hale.
That's for item C2.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Wonderful. So now I will go to Luke. Luke, do we have any callers on this item?
Yes, we have 2 callers for this item. Our first caller is Jeff Oslin.
Good evening once again, City Council. As one that hates any type of tax, I will tell you that I'm very proud of our city and the way we handle our fiscal responsibilities on such a short budget and short staff, and I fully urge the council to support the 1% tax increase. As a business owner, we need police officers, we need our fire department, and I don't believe that the one thing that we are not discussing is the fact that as more people are at home and more people that are buying retail online, we are losing a lot of tax revenue. So I urge the council to unanimously put this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Tori Keene.
Hi, my name is Tori Keene. I have lived in Atascadero for 10 years, and I sincerely urge the council to vote unanimously in favor of this 1% sales tax. This sales tax is not just about funding things we need. It's about making an investment in our community so that we can not only repair what we have and take care of it, but that we can grow as we get more residents. It's not just about the police, it's about the fire, it's about paramedics, it's about parks and recreation. It's about all the things that make Atascadero an amazing place to live. This 1% sales tax is the community's way of being able to buy Atascadero, keep our money in Atascadero, and have it go to things that we use every day. Once again, I sincerely urge the City Council to vote unanimously to put the 1% sales tax on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keene. Luke, do we have any other callers who have come on the line?
We have no other call to this item.
Okay, and then I will ask, while we've got it open, if there are any other emails that have come in for to our city clerk.
We have no additional emails for this item.
Okay, and I will also ask our city manager, who I know is in the chambers, is there anyone there who has decided that they would like to speak on this item?
It does not look like it.
Okay. So thank you all to those of you who did call in and write in. We appreciate your comments. And we'll go ahead and close the public comment period and bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. So I will actually go to Councilmember Fonzie, and let's pull back up the language that you were proposing. And I think, Laura, are you able to do that for us?
So, sorry, I don't know what I've done and I lost it, but I'm working with Luke to get that back up. This is a huge learning curve for me. I apologize tremendously. Oh, here's Luke. See, he knew. Yay. He came to help.
Luke has been awesome through COVID. Most people, you don't think of IT being like the department you really needed during COVID. You think of all these other departments. But what IT has had to do during the last 4 months to get everybody up and running, working from home, doing these remote meetings. Luke and his whole team have done a tremendous job, so we're so grateful for them.
Okay, let's see. We're figuring this out. I'm toggling between screens and I'm shutting things off, and I think I was showing you guys the teeny tiny toes of my son for a while there. So I apologize for that.
Don't you have it first? We need to see it.
If you can enlarge that, we can see that right there on the screen.
So they can see that. So maybe if we switch sides.
Yeah,
you don't want to look at that. Not yet. Here we go. Can you see that now?
Yes.
I see the PowerPoint, yes.
Okay, good. So I think what, let me see, let me scroll through here. So I can't see you guys now. So just.
Yes, that's it.
Kind of yell at me if you need something from me.
You've got it. So Councilmember Fonzie, I will ask you to kind of let us know what you're thinking here. You did a little bit, but let's continue that.
Yes, thank you. I was trying to insert some language, and Laura has assisted with this with her attorney mind. And what I was looking for was accountability for the voters to understand that we actually are doing the audits, which was mentioned in the previous one that we have on page 31, but we've added ensuring money is spent properly. I want to provide some kind of verbiage in there. If we're not going to put in an oversight committee, then I would like to know them to know that we will look at this and audit it and make sure that money is spent properly. It won't be spent frivolously or on things that they wouldn't want us to do. And so I would be welcoming to have any changes to this. You know, this is just my initial thoughts, but this would give them some idea, and it would be on our ballot measure saying that the money would be spent properly after the audit.
Councilmember Newsom.
I think some of the verbiage we used, accountability as a priority, intent of accountability. I don't know. That's the language you're looking for, but.
Well, can you see the language on the screen? In red, the adding in, so after the annual independent audits, ensuring money is spent properly. So the proposal that Councilmember Fonzie is putting out is those changes in red. And then you said something about accountability. Where is that?
Are we, with the language that's there, our intent is accountability. So ensuring money is spent properly. So I'm good with that.
Okay, I misheard you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Borbo.
Okay, I see it, you know, what Laura has put on the screen. Where in our packet in terms of which resolution and or draft ordinance, et cetera, would this suggested language go into?
So this would be, yes. Nope, you're good. Sorry. Yeah, draft resolution A.
So draft resolution A.
There it is. Page
All right.
31, Charles. You gave us a smaller agenda package, and now we can't sort through it.
On page 31, though.
If you look at page 43, that's within draft resolution A, and it says ballot measure and starts to provide funding. So it has that. And so if you look at that and then look up on the screen, these are the changes proposed.
Okay, page 40 is the middle of
Page 40,
page 42?
70, page 43 of 70 is the second page of draft resolution A.
Okay, so there it's in the middle of resolution A. Okay. Okay.
Councilmember Funk.
Yes, the first, I know we have a word limit established by law. Do these changes keep us within the word limit?
That's why the word "and" is struck out, yes. Precisely 75 words.
Perfect.
And did we triple count that, Laura? I know I counted twice. Did we count a third time?
Yeah, and actually I ran it by one of our attorneys, and we are only at 73 because City of Atascadero is considered one word. So we're golden.
Nice.
We get 2 more words to play with. Does inclusion of the phrase ensuring money is spent properly, with which I heartily concur, does that obligate us to do anything different with the in terms of the contract we have with our auditors?
No, all this does is sort of explain more about what we'll do with our annual independent audits. It doesn't change the language that's written into the ordinance itself where it talks about audits. This is our ballot measure language. So what this is saying is that our independent audits, the point of them is that ensuring the money is spent properly. So it allows for us to do more than, say, an audit just by our independent auditors. It would allow us whatever you guys, when you start talking on your next item about how you're going to review and what type of oversight, this would sort of pull that in too, because that whatever oversight gets built in would also be, in essence, an independent annual audit. So it sort of just modifies what we're meaning by what we're looking for that independent audit to do.
Okay, that works. I just wanted to make sure we weren't creating an obligation to a layer of bureaucracy that would be costly in making this really excellent clarification.
It sounds, Laura, like we could put the "and" back in so we keep that delineation between the public facilities infrastructure graffiti removal and recreation community services. So it gives it that delineation.
Yeah, we can add that back.
Okay.
And not strike it out anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think to kind of really go add on to what Laura was saying is that when we go to item C2, we can talk about all the different kinds of, independent look or audit, whether we have our sales tax oversight committee, take a look at that. There are so many options, so it doesn't have to be simply our Moss Levy that does their independent audit, but it could, it's citizen oversight. It's everything that we might come up with in C2 in terms of ensuring that the money is spent properly. It could be part of the finance committee and people independently coming in and looking at that. So I think there's a lot of, we want to make it as broad as possible that there can be as much, oversight as, as anybody wants there to be, really. Any other questions on this particular before we go to, I know Councilmember Funk has a change to the whereas she would like to make. Anything else here? Okay. I see none. Councilmember Funk, do you want to bring up, and Laura, I think you have the item that Councilmember Funk wanted to add.
Sure. This is just to make sure that things are clear to voters and clear to people who will read this, and also to get us consistent with the ballot language. The language that we were just looking at in our ballot measure begins with providing funding for fire protection, paramedics, and 911 emergency response. And so in the language of our draft ordinance, I would feel more comfortable if after the fourth whereas, we inserted the whereas you see in res that Laura just put up, mentioning, whereas one of the 2 fire stations protecting lives and properties within the city is approximately 26 square miles, was built in 1951 and has critical safety deficits requiring replacement. That's a key thing that we've talked about doing with the money, and it's a way of making the fire protection portion of this that we're leading with in the ballot language lead in our ordinance. And then my other suggestion is to delete the word sidewalks from the following thing, because there are sidewalks that the city maintains, but most sidewalks around the community are maintained by the property owner, and there are people who might get confused that this was taking over a different obligation. Unfortunately, no. If you've got a sidewalk in front of your property, it will still be yours to take care of.
Any questions or comments? I think I'm fine with both of those. Any questions or comments by any of my other colleagues? No? Okay. Charles, you good? Okay. With that, are there any other deliberation, or would someone like to make a motion? Oh, actually, hello. What we need to talk about is the arguments, the argument in favor. So as Laura said, we do have someone on their citizen on their personal time that has been helping to craft that argument. And what I would like to propose is that during Measure F14, the way we decided selected who would be on that signing that ballot argument in favor is we asked those 2 council members who were not on the ballot this year if they would agree to be the signers, and so that would be Councilmember Newsom and Councilmember Funk. And so I would ask you 2 both if you'd be willing to, and if the others are amenable to that, we could make that selection.
I'm amenable.
Okay.
And I'll be happy to assist in crafting the language.
Thank you. So I think that you guys will get together, that you've got about a 10-day period. So I know that we'll get in contact with you looking for some other signers. I know there's others in the community that have expressed some interest. So we will move forward. So thank you for that. And then if we do have any rebuttals written or arguments against, then we would want to craft a rebuttal argument. And so then that could be any one of the 3 of us. I'm happy to do it, but I would put that out to both the 2 of you, Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau and Councilmember Fonzie, if you would like to be those 2, would welcome you to do that.
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy to as well, but if you'd prefer to do it, Mayor, I'm okay with that as well.
Sure.
I'm good either way, so I will let you make the call.
All right, then I will look to do that.
Okay, because I know you guys, I think I think all of us here know how important this is to our city, so I don't think really any of us have any qualms about doing it. So let's go ahead and do that. Laura, if you have that, council members Funk and Newsom for the pro argument, and then Councilmember Fonzie and Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau for a potential rebuttal to an argument again.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Funk.
Yes, question for staff. Under the Brown Act, after the close of this meeting, would Councilmember Newsom and I be permitted to be in communication with the mayor outside of a public meeting about who the identities of other signers that she might suggest? Or do we need to establish some different process for identifying those persons?
Yeah, the three of you couldn't discuss because then that would be a majority. But we've had people reach out that I know both Rochelle and I can put you in contact with who've expressed interest. And then if the mayor has heard of anyone else, she can let us know that and we can reach out to them and have them reach out to you as well, or reach out to either you or Heather and have you reach out to those people who've expressed interest to see if they want to work with you or sign or however you would like to work that out. But yeah, there's a way that we can get that to you that the three of you don't need to meet to discuss.
Okay. And then the mayor, would the mayor be comfortable if that Councilmember Newsom and I reach consensus on who the 5 signers would be?
I think we want to get a broad spectrum of people. So the ones that have kind of been in contact with us, we've looked and said like, hey, you know, if you two are willing to, and we look at these other 3, we get a good broad spectrum. So I think when you start doing this, you'll be pleased with the broad base of support for it.
Yes, we've had some excellent supporters write in the comments that and speaking in the comments that the council has received tonight and at other times on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Any other comments? All right. I would be yes.
Should I assume, and if an argument against the measure is submitted, and then Councilmember Fonzie and myself need to write a rebuttal, we also could we can invite 3 additional co-authors of that rebuttal argument.
And
Correct.
we've also identified, there's some people who have been identified that would be good with that rebuttal argument as well.
Right. Understand. It's just, I mean, we can't, beyond, you know, Funk and Newsom on the pro argument, and then Fonzie and myself on the potential rebuttal argument, we can't talk to any of the rest of us
Right.
you know, later about that. So I just want everybody to understand where we're headed. You know, should we need to do a rebuttal argument and need to add additional co-authors?
Yeah, there's definitely people who have come forward that we've identified, you know, kind of on our off time who would be good. Again, that same sort of broad base that I think you'd be pleased
I understand,
with.
I understand, I'm aware of them. It's just that we will not be going back to the rest of the council to
Correct.
converse on that. We will have
Correct.
to, perhaps in conjunction with staff, make a decision on that.
Yeah, which again, staff can do that on their personal time, which is what some of them have been choosing to do. Is
good point, because these arguments are political in nature, and we would need to make political decision as little groups of 2.
Correct. Little groups of 2 with staff who are on their own personal time doing that. Correct. All right. Yes, Councilmember Funk.
Yes, I just in terms of the general, you know, now as we're moving towards the decision on this, I just want to note that it's ironic that we're in a situation now where many communities are looking at defunding police in the sense of shifting some money away from policing into other priorities, and we've been doing that in Atascadero for many years, effectively by keeping police funding and police staffing flat, while the community has grown and we get more businesses. So we are now in the contrary position of, in order to achieve the goals of service and equity and a safe community that has good opportunities for everyone, we really need to be adding more funding into our police, and we need to find ways to use that well to serve the community. But we can't just keep going the way we are, nor can we keep borrowing from reserves year after year after year after year. You know, this is a problem that has been developing for a very long time. It predates COVID, and you know, God willing, we'll be all moved out of the COVID era, and we'll have a vaccine and be back up in Better Business by the time this even goes into effect. So it is
interesting that you bring that up. I was reading an article today about a police department of a city of about 300,000 that back after the recession had to cut 25% of their police force from 440, by 25%. And what a huge, and I thought that cut doesn't even bring them as low as our ratio of, officers per thousand. So I think, wow, no other department really knows what it is to be underfunded. So yes, Mayor Protem.
Councilmember Funk alluded to it, but I wanted to reiterate for people, some people, as the cities around the county have looked at this, they've equated this as a measure related to the impact of COVID-19 on the economy, on our businesses, on our municipal revenue. And I just want to make sure everybody understands that in our city, we've discussed the potential need for this for considerable period of time. We discussed it in 2019 at our strategic planning session and at the beginning of 2020, long before any of us had any idea about the impact of COVID-19, because we as a city are a low revenue city, and we need to look and ask our voters to consider strategically for the long term, how, what can we do about that in terms of maintaining city services so they don't just continue to decline in effect as we have a larger population and yet the same size police and fire force. And so I just want to make sure anybody who thinks this is COVID related understands that this is not COVID related. This is a long-term thing that we've thought about for a long time now, and want the voters to consider it as a strategic measure for the long haul.
Well said. And with that, do I hear a motion? Councilmember Newsom?
I move that we adopt staff's recommendation with draft resolution A, B, and C.
With the changes mentioned?
With the multiple changes mentioned, yes.
Okay. And did I see a second? Councilmember Funk?
that motion.
Okay, thank you.
And would clarify that the changes do not include removing the word "and" in the ballot measure language at the point where it was noted, but are the final version that we've discussed tonight.
Yes. Yes. And then of course the whereases and the whereas and the removing of the sidewalk. Yes. All right. And now the city clerk will read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Atascadero, California, amending Title III of the Atascadero Municipal Code to add a new Chapter 18, Essential Services, Transactions and Use Tax, to be administered by the California Department of Tax and Administration, subject to adoption by the electorate. Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Councilmember Fonzie?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now, as promised, due to our technical difficulties, I am going to reopen community forum. So anybody on the line for community forum can feel free to share their comments with us, and then we will go back to item C2. So do we have anyone on the line right now who would like to speak for community forum?
Yes, we have Jeff Oslin that would like to speak for community forum.
Good evening, Council. Once again, Jeff Oslin, business owner, resident of Atascadero. Several months back when we were discussing, or you guys were discussing drive-throughs in Del Rio and possible moratorium, you implemented adding the fees for drive-throughs in Atascadero based on traffic counts. I'm asking the council to make good on their promise and revisit this. I think it's a necessity, especially now with COVID, but the fees are astronomical to put a drive-through in the city of Atascadero based on traffic count. And I would hope that in the near future, you would reconsider those fees for traffic counts. A couple of things that come to mind is admissions are way lower now than they were when the traffic studies were done years ago and impact fees were put in based on stops. And I think we need all the tax revenue we can get, and drive-throughs and gas stations are not a bad thing. That's all I have there on that subject. On another subject, with waste management, I would like to thank our city manager, Ms. Rickard, for spending the time with me to resolve an issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. Do we have any other callers that would like to speak for Community Forum?
Do not have any other time.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, we will go ahead and close Community Forum, and we will move on to item C2. I will look to my council. Is any, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I recall, as Mr. Oslin indicated, that when we did have that discussion, that I know I asked, and I thought we agreed we would revisit this subject at some point in time. I thought we said around 6 months, but certainly within the next year. So I'm wondering if staff has a kind of a response to his question as to when we might readdress that issue.
Rochelle, do you have anything on that, or would that be Phil?
We do not have it currently scheduled, but we can do that at the county's, at the council's direction. To that back to you, probably we'd be looking sometime in September or October, if that works for the council.
I would just ask that it be by the end of the year, you know.
That's good.
Thank you.
We can do that if there's consensus to do that.
Well, my question would be, we had looked at it, and I know we can't get into deliberation on it. A lot of it has to do with road impacts and things like that. And so I don't know if we bring it back, if we're going to have new information, or are we going to be looking at making a different decision with the old information?
I do not believe that we have any new information. We could get a few more detailed calculations and examples per se, but there has not been an implementation track record or some of those things during this period that we would be bringing back.
Okay.
I think, Mayor, for clarification, perhaps the staff would go back and just listen to the meeting at the time and the comments that were made, and then perhaps at the next meeting mention what was suggested or kind of alluded to or consented to, and then let us know at the next meeting or in September what, because I think that there were comments were made that it might be clearer what was expected and why.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Can we do that, Rochelle? So at our meeting, our next meeting, which would be in August, or else the first meeting in September, come back to us with kind of what we had discussed and how, maybe that's during the city manager's report or even an individual determination at the end, and then we can decide how we want to move forward with that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Good solution. All right. I think because we may take some time on C2, everybody maybe need like a 5-minute break. Would that be helpful? 5, 7, and let's go about 7 minutes, come back at 7:52. All right.
Potty break.
I can hear some microphones, so if you haven't muted, you may want to mute. Luke, can you let me know if you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, is that better?
Yes, that is much better. Thank you very much.
Okay, sure thing. Thank you for letting me know. All right, I think everybody is back. Do we have our city manager and city clerk here too?
I am here.
I'm here as well.
Okay, great. So we will come back to item C2, which is a consideration of oversight options for the proposed 2020 Essential Services Transactions and Use Tax Measure. And this will be our Administrative Services Director, Jerry Rangel, who will be making this presentation.
Thank you very much, Council and Mayor. Give me a minute here to make sure I am sharing my screen properly.
We'll contemplate the metaphor of your screensaver there. Long swim or something, I'm not sure.
Okay. Are you seeing my presentation at the moment?
Yes, we are.
Okay, terrific. Okay, so thank you very much. This is just adding on to the discussion that we just had regarding the sales tax measure and the oversight for that. So we have a lot of options, so I'll go through those, and certainly we can circle back at the end with some recommendations. So in the meeting on May 26th, the council did request that the staff come back with recommendations on a process to formally engage the public and to develop a plan of accountability. Let's see if I can make my screen go. There we go. The options are many. They range in level of detail, outreach cost, and commitment of staff resources. From the May 26th meeting, we can drive these three priorities: to formally engage the public, to develop the plan, and to, of course, minimize additional costs. We want to be good stewards of the public funds, and we don't want to increase costs more than we need to make sure that we're transparent and accountable for this. And with that, we kind of build into this phased approach. So phase one, we gather public opinion and input on community goals. And phase two, we provide that accountability and transparency. So it's really kind of a before spending, after spending kind of a thing. So this is just kind of an image of our process for gathering input. This is our typical process for the budget. So it really is a continuous gathering of information and public input, and then it goes to council strategic planning, which are publicly held meetings. From that, the council establishes the priorities based on what they're hearing, you all are hearing from input from the community, and turning that into priorities for our city. And then from there, we go to the staff strategic planning to kind of figure out how we're going to get the action plan done, and then bring that action plan to council to adopt. From there, we go to the finance committee meetings based on kind of, we build the budget around the action plan, and then take that to the finance committee, and then do multiple detailed meetings on that, to publicly held meetings again, to go through really every line item in the budget with the finance committee. And from there, we take any feedback we get and develop the adjusted draft budget and bring that back to council. Again, another public meeting. So we are encouraging the public to put their input, give our feedback, tell the community, tell the council, tell the staff what is important as a community for us all to have these priorities. Our typical process that you see here is a minimum of 8 public meetings that are very well advertised. So that's kind of where we're starting from. And of course, we always have the opportunity to come at meetings like today. The public can do public comment, reach out to the council individually or reach out to staff as well. So there are a lot of options, and we do like to get as much public input as possible. Like I said, public input is always encouraged, and council always has the ability to change where the funds are spent, even after commitment of the budget. However, in instances like this, the first year of the budget implementation is really the most critical. If we are committing funds during this process, if the sales tax measure does pass and we do have additional funds for example, for debt service for the fire station rehabilitation or on staffing, something like that, it would be very difficult to de-obligate those funds after we had already obligated. So really this first year will be a key in setting those priorities. And then this is kind of the options that we've developed for phase one. So there's 3 different options based on kind of level of detail that would be produced and associated costs. So citizen committee would be the highest cost that does have a much higher administrative cost to it, developing a new public process or expanding the current process. And I'll go over each of these individually. So phase 1, option 1, citizen committee. So this would be a committee that would be appointed to make recommendations on how the funds are spent. This puts an extra layer, however, between the voters and all of you, the elected officials. So voters elect you to make the decisions on their behalf, and by having the citizen committee, it could be seen as kind of an in-between break in that communication line. It will require significant staff time and a very high level of additional administrative costs. Option 2 on this is to develop a new public process. So we could develop a series of study sessions and surveys and try to get feedback that way on the public's priorities, and then try to also kind of build that common understanding of the budget, the needs, implications of different decisions, that sort of thing. All of that input would then be brought to council to help provide direction on priorities, and then it would be followed by the budget process, which already involves the strategic planning and the public meetings and things like that. So it'd be kind of a precursor to that process that would hopefully provide some additional information. This would require a moderate level of administrative additional costs. Option 3 would be to expand the current process. So the process that I talked about earlier, where we have already those 8 public meetings and that kind of essentially a 6-month kind of time frame for that, this would expand that to try to receive even more public comment, maybe do more efforts on social media or however we can to really push the word out and try to get the feedback back in. Also to help really build that common understanding of the city's finances again, and to receive the input on priorities. Information would be brought to council strategic planning sessions for prioritization by council, and then would require a moderate to low level of administrative costs. So those are kind of the 3 options of that first phase, the before we spend portion. I did want to kind of, as we move into phase 2, point out a few things. It's really important that we, through all of this process of public engagement and accountability, that we're demonstrating to the public that these funds are being spent on the priorities that were established in phase 1 with the community's input to council. The Citizen Sales Tax Oversight Committee, or we call it the CSTOC for short, because that's a mouthful, it fills this role for the Measure F14. So we do have that panel of the committee members. They come, they review the expenses. That has been really helpful, and it has brought a lot of public trust and accountability, I think, to those funds. These type of funds are a little different than that. Those funds were specifically for road projects. Separating these funds will be a little bit more, a lot actually more difficult. These are for essential services, the list that we were reading earlier on the topic C1, a vast kind of variety of city operations that it would be more difficult to segregate out the expenses that were directly related to the new dollars that are coming in on potential money from this sales tax measure. So as I was saying, that F14, it really pays for a limited number of large projects with defined contracts and invoices. The essential services would be very different by its nature. And in addition, F14 had kind of that accompanying advisory measure where the voter stated we would like to use this for roads. So this is a little bit different because in that ballot language that the council was looking at on the last item, we're really talking about using it for generalized operations. So it's a little bit different, and it would be much more difficult administratively to break those costs out separately. So kind of expanding on that idea a little bit, it's kind of similar to if you had your personal checking account, and if you deposited a birthday check from grandma in there and saying kind of, okay, is this money I used from grandma, did I buy groceries with that, or did I pay, buy some gas with that? Was that my my paycheck that I bought the groceries with? I mean, it's a little bit hard to understand or figure out, I guess, which drop in the bucket you're using for the groceries or for that Starbucks coffee. I mean, it's a little bit hard to do that. And this is really a general fund, general tax. So in my role, that kind of goes into the general fund for the general benefit to pursue the goals and the priorities of the public. So really, it's no different than any other property tax, sales tax, that sort of thing. It's going for the benefit of the community as a whole. Transparency and public trust, of course, are paramount in this city. The study that we were looking at a little bit earlier from True North Research that we had referenced, that said that it was a statistically valid sampling, and it indicated that 76% of Atascadero voters surveyed were satisfied with the city's efforts to provide those municipal services, and 60% that responded positively regarding the city's fiscal management. So there is some goodwill out there, and we appreciate that. And I know that the council works really hard to provide that transparency and accountability and to stretch every dollar and use it only on the most important activities. And that's seen by the community as well. And I think that will be helpful in our efforts here as well. Back to kind of that cost allocation. So the idea of kind of breaking out all of these costs like we do for the F14, some of these costs could really be subjective. I mean, there might be two answers that are right for both of those. And so I hate to kind of come as staff to overpromise what can really be objectively delivered in a report. And my concern in that regard is that, if I say, okay, this widget should come from the new tax money and this old widget should come from the, existing money, there might be challenges to that from the community. And there might be times when both of those are right. And I can't really say, well, no, that one's wrong and this one's right. I just don't want to erode any public trust or confidence that the community already has in the city's sound fiscal management by saying that I can report a completely objective response to this when, there are things that would be subjective to this. So, and breaking out all of these costs separately related just to these funds would be very staff intensive. It would take a lot of resources for the city to be able to do that. So it is an expensive idea. These are kind of the options. There's quite a number of them, and again, they have dollar signs next to them, breaking out what the assumed administrative additional costs would be on this. So I'll go through these as well. The first option would be a community-appointed committee and an annual report. So it would be something similar set up as the CSTOC. And for right now, the CSTOC could perform those duties if the council chose to do that as well. And then an annual report, similar to the one that we do for the F14 reporting, could be reviewed by the committee and then mailed to the residents. It is a little bit challenging to fill the spots of the CSTOC committee, and I would imagine that a committee similar to this would be difficult as well. You know, there are a lot of, you have to file the Form 700 and do the all of the labor requirements and trainings just to kind of be a volunteer for the city. So it's very time intensive for the volunteer and for staff to kind of help recruit for those and help to prepare the committee and the agendas and the staff reports and all of that. So it's a challenge to fill those spots, and it's a challenge for staff to kind of provide that additional support. It is a pretty high cost to separate those expenses as well. So this is the most costly of all of the options that are available. So option 2 would be a council-appointed committee and an annual report. So a little bit different than option 1 because it's council-appointed versus community-appointed. So the council would probably have a better opportunity to fill the seats in the committee. It would be similar kind of to the Planning Commission. So it may not appear to some as independent as maybe a community-appointed committee might be. And the annual report could still be reviewed by this committee and mailed to the residents. So we still have the cost to separate all of the costs out from this particular funding source, the cost to prepare and mail out the report, to manage the committee, to prepare agendas, that sort of thing. So it's similar in option 1 to cost, but a little less because the council is doing the appointment part. Option 3 is to do an annual report only on allocated expenditures. So this would not create any separate committee, but it would just provide an annual report mailed to the residents, but it would be on these allocated costs. So again, that allocation of those costs, separating out what is each dollar is being spent on from the new money that's coming in is quite labor intensive. And then you'd still have the cost of preparing and mailing the report. You would save some money on the committee and preparation with the committee and the agendas and things like that, but it is still a relatively expensive alternative. Option 4 would be for the Finance Committee to review the allocated expenditures. Again, no separate committee and no separate annual report would be mailed to the community, but we would have expanded Finance Committee meetings to review all of the expenditures. They kind of in place of that separate committee to look at all of the expenditures that we used with this new measure. Again, we already have the Finance Committee in place, so that would be helpful. They're already doing a lot of hard work reviewing other things, so the additional cost for that wouldn't be significant, but we would still have high costs to separate out any funds on this one. Option 5 would be to prepare an annual report only, but it would be based on budgeted expenditures. So this is assuming that we would prepare an annual report, but it would really be based on council approved budgets. So after we went through phase one and found out what the community was, what was really most important to the community, and that got translated to council and to the priorities, and then it flowed through the budget process, then that report would go out to the community to let them know what the priorities were and where this money was going. So it's really focused on that budget piece and doesn't break out all of the expenses individually. It saves a lot of time because we don't have to break those out or track those costs separately. And it provides the public with a list of what was added because of the sales tax measure funding that's coming in now. So it has a relatively low cost, probably about $4,500 to send out the annual report and print that and all that. So option 6 is our last option, which is really kind of big picture public input. So we're really emphasizing community priorities. So changing the focus from kind of which dollar in the pool is being spent to what are we accomplishing. You know, which drop in the water is not going to really change anything at the end of the day. What we really want to focus on as a community is taking our limited resources and using them to the best of our abilities. So we want to pursue our goals. We want to achieve things. So from my perspective, getting on the front end of that and focusing all of our energy on what we need to do to make the lifestyle here better in the community and to meet all of those goals is really what we need to focus on. So this would include increased public participation on the ongoing budget decisions, and then that would provide oversight and transparency for all of the funding sources in the city. We have quite a number of funding sources. We have quite a number of dollars, relatively small compared to what our expenses are, but we want to provide transparency and accountability for all of our funding sources, and we want community input on what we're doing and you know, all of the general fund, not just this little pile of, or well, this additional funding sources that would potentially come in from this. Let's see. So we really want to focus on kind of where we are, how far we've come, and where we've yet to go. So again, key priorities that we're kind of trying to accomplish through this whole process is to engage the public, show that we are accountable, and to minimize those additional costs. In conclusion, there are a number of options that we've gone over this evening, all with different levels of reporting and costs. And the goal really, as I was saying earlier, is to use all of the funds for the highest and best use in the community as a whole. We work really hard to earn the city's or the public's trust and regarding the management of all of the city funds, and that's really important to all of us, and I know it is to the council. The city officials are very responsible to the residents' needs and priorities and have invested very wisely in that. These funds, as well as all city funds, are included in the annual independent financial audit. And as elected representatives of the community, the council has that ultimate privilege and responsibility to determine how the city's resources are spent. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Very thorough report, and you've provided a lot of options for us and the public to consider. I am curious, one of the things we talked about at the last time we discussed placing this on the ballot is what other types of metrics could we have? Like, is it possible to have metrics like response times? You know, would we see response times decrease, or maybe use of overtime hours going down? Are there other types of metrics in addition to where the money is being spent that could be possible to be reporting out?
Sure, absolutely. I think that brings up a good point. We do have a number of metrics in our budget
that provide historical and forward-looking numbers. So certainly we can focus more on those as well, pardon me, and really highlight the changes that we will see in those metrics.
Okay. Thank you. So let's go ahead and go to council questions. And we will start with Councilmember Funk. I know sometimes you guys are raising your hand, but it's slightly out of camera. So you're on mute too, Susan. Susan, you're on mute.
Thank you.
There you go.
I figured out where to put my hand, but not how to unmute. Okay. Thank you, Director Engel, for all of that. I'm wondering if and I particularly appreciated in the staff report the attention to the fact that there will be key decisions made about this money in the initial months following the tax measure passing. That will shape a lot of where that money, we'll lock a lot of it in for the future, because so much of what we need to do with this funding is deal with things that have been deferred. So it's sort of, so there's a sort of an eat your spinach component to this of some of it, where we have to, it might not be the most fun thing in the world to replace fire station number 1, but we've got to do that so that it can function, and so that it doesn't fall down in the next earthquake, etc. For the safety of our community and fireworks, there are things that it's sort of like talking about, say, the sewer system or stormwater drainage, or all those fun things that we need them, and people expect they hold us accountable for delivering that to make the community function. So I'm wondering if is it possible for us, as we're working on this, to manage carefully to have a lot of public engagement without creating the idea that there's all this money to spend, let's go start over and look at all this cool new stuff we can do, when the reality is that we've got a lot of backfill. We have to fix the fire station, we have to stop drawing on our resources, we have to do something to move police pay to a little bit closer to jurisdictions so that we can retain quality officers and have appropriate services. And all of that is really important, and and maybe something that getting lots of community input on whether we should do those things is not even helpful. So I'm wondering is it possible to set something up where we have different processes for different for portions of this money or aspects of the money in the upfront decision-making process?
Certainly, if the council chooses to do something like that, we could. It would probably give the council more opportunity to kind of look at everything as a whole, versus kind of chunking out some of those dollars. And certainly, I think you bring up good points in all of that, and those have been our discussions in these budget meetings, in these public hearings, all along. And this is really why I think all of the council and the community has spoken out on this. It's not that we are desirous of paying more taxes, it's that we are really in a spot in the city where we need to fund these less beautiful and kind of hidden things like sewer systems and all of those things that are kind of tucked in there that we're not necessarily getting. Certainly we could do that. My recommendation would be to kind of keep it more on the whole, kind of more on the look at everything, so that it provides the council with the most flexibility, and we can hear and understand and get the feedback from the community and see how that might change our focus on some of those priorities as well.
And we have within this, in the realm of things we're trying to address with this additional revenue, some critical needs in our police department, as we heard from Mr. Overacker and others who commented tonight and have heard in the past. I am in that part of that is about getting our staffing levels so that we don't keep losing our officers. But there's another aspect of that is about increasing our staffing levels in some fashion, because we have just stretched our officers way too thin over our, 26 miles that we are covering, square miles, and with 3 officers on duty, and that's hard. But as we look at staffing levels, that has the opportunity for an entirely different conversation that responds to the concerns that have been brought to us by Race Matters Slow, responds to the concerns that we're hearing broadly in the national conversation about how is policing being done, what effects does it have, what creative options might there be to address some of the issues that now get dumped on the police with other personnel or approaches. What's the right skill mix that do we need and structure for those additional resources to address the scope of what we're asking police to do? And I'm wondering if there is potential to have a group that works on that and maybe would have a different time frame, maybe would answer some questions, maybe not be something that would be ready to be fed into the strategic planning process, but could be looking at, working with police on what's the right model and what are the right approaches, and maybe feed into the things by the time that departments are developing their budgets.
I think you bring up some more good points. I do have just a little bit of I guess concern regarding any group or kind of entity that would be kind of solely focused. So as we get a group that's solely focused on how do we fix police, then all of the money goes to police, but how do we fix, fire, then all the money goes to fire. I mean, I think when you have that kind of more global look, then you can look at everything all together. Certainly, I think if we can, as a community, as a council, build the priority on what is most important, as the council has in the past, and then perhaps staff can help to support some of those items. And this is how we could get it accomplished. What do you think about this kind of a thing? And that might be a best mix of kind of providing some of the solutions on a more detailed level to the council and the community that's looking at kind of the bigger picture.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's possible in that course to have to structure the advice of citizens around issues in policing broadly defined, or maybe we scope that even in broader, but there are issues about mental health and homelessness and that are at play of things we address with police, so that we can really have a good conversation about that. May involve expertise that the staff doesn't currently have, and certainly will involve perspectives that our staff does not have, and that we could engage, a process for some of those things that might, if we can scope this so that might be different from the process that we use to set priorities on which aspects of deferred maintenance are most important for us to address in stuff that we've got.
If I may for a moment, I don't want us to get too into details. We kind of want to talk about a process that we're going to have and deciding on the various options before us. So I feel like we're getting a little bit into detail that we're not necessarily going to solve here tonight. I think we want to make sure that we have broad input
Certainly as it relates to what we saw in the survey, homeless is a big issue for our constituents. Of course, that means something different to each of those respondents. We all know that, but we know, mental health and homelessness and how that involves with policing are all issues. So we can imagine that will certainly be part of the conversation. But if we could kind of focus on the options that Director Rangel has laid out and kind of ask some questions along the merits of each of those, go to the public, and then come back and have that deliberation on what type of setup we'd like to have.
Sure. I mean, I scoped the questions that I did, and I realized I was a little in the weeds because I think that it may be helpful to us to split some of those up, to use a combined approach and not necessarily pick from the menu, but to look at, because the nature of accountability that we need to ensure in some aspects of the decisions is very different than some things that we can show that we're making good use of the money by having something that's reported in some fashion with either specific metrics or with what did we fix, what did we replace, when are we, how far along are we in doing X, achieving X goal. But an important part of the discussion around policing in particular is, what model of community engagement are we supporting? Are we listening to people who have different experience with police? And have we really made a thoughtful decision? And making a commitment to that level of engagement may be important to us in getting support from some folks who might otherwise be cautious about supporting the ballot measure at this time.
Thank you. So let's continue with questions. I think I had seen Councilmember Newsom. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm looking more at trying to make sure that we use the funds to the best of our ability, as well as providing accountability. So we know we want to engage in activities that are more cost effective versus spending a bunch of money trying to account for everything. We want to use it for its biggest value. So on your list of options, the low cost two that popped up of interest was public input on big picture priorities and annual report only budgeted expenditures. You talk about a budgeted expenditure. What kind of time frame do you think it will take to implement something like that? And how do you see it functional to account for? I mean, fire station, you can account for what expenses go into that based on the amount of expenses that are going out and what we know needs to be done. But how do you see it working on a budgeted expenditure annual report?
As far as what would the report look like? What would it kind of show?
Time frame? Is it something that it could be in place? How long is that going to take to get that process in place? Is it going to take a year to have that? Is that something that council would look at in January of every year? How would we determine, or how would we create a budget based on the needs and demands of our community and what the public thinks is a priority?
Well, I think as far as the process goes, certainly we would need to really expand what we have now if we want to get that additional input. So we typically have our council strategic planning at the end of January-ish. So that would mean potentially maybe the end of the calendar year, beginning of January, setting up a lot more public meetings to get that input to go into the council process. So that we could, and then potentially continuing having meetings after strategic planning as well, kind of based on what the council priorities are for those, and then developing it along with our budget process that kind of is on those the odd years from essentially January through June. So that kind of time period would basically stay similar, but we would just kind of expand the outreach and the input and those types of activities.
Okay, so we'd have kind of a separate budget just for the sales tax measure based on community priorities, based on the study that happened. And then if it does pass, then we could attribute expenses towards that as we went along to give the public some accountability of this is what we're spending it on, this is what you were wanting to see, and you could do that in an annual report. Is that correct?
Well, my concept of it, I think, with the lower administrative costs would be including everything together. So including the new money with the existing general fund money and saying now we can expand, this activity or pay for these things or include these things that weren't normally going to be able to be funded through our budget process. Now we can include those in our budget process. Because of this additional funding, but not separate those out. The separating out of those and having all of those segregated would be a higher cost item. So those would be more like options 1 or 2 or that kind of end of things. So the savings on administratively comes with including this new money in the general fund and just kind of keeping it in that pool of money and spending out of the pool instead of keeping a separate pool for the new money.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fonzie.
Thank you. Jerry, this is a tough nut to crack, and I can see you're shaking your head because you're not sure you're following where we're going. So I'd like to kind of take it down to another level and see if we can get it out there. I think what we're all asking is if we went down to one of the lower cost items, the annual report or the public input on the big picture, if we were to do that, what kind of product would we show the public so that we could demonstrate we were being accountable, that we are half done with the repairs to the fire station and we hired a new policeman or whatever it would be? How are we going to be able to pick that out of the general fund budget to put it into something that we can actually present to the public so they know what we're doing?
I think that the concept of the metrics would really play a part in there. We could have our staffing levels there. We could have different items that I'm kind of, I guess, being generic because I'm not sure exactly where the council wants to go because we haven't gotten all of that input yet from the community. As a finance director, I can tell you we have a lot of needs, but prioritizing those needs, I'm a little bit reluctant to do that at this point because I think we haven't gotten the feedback. Council hasn't deliberated over all of those. But if we, for example, decided that we need a new fire station, we're going to, issue some debt on that, then the debt service would be there and we could have progress on, we are 10%, 15, 25% done with the fire station. We have been able to maybe hire another officer or whatever it is, and the metrics would really tell the story, I think, between where we were and now where we can be, and meeting those critical needs of the community.
Okay, so in other words, if I'm understanding what you're saying, then depending on what the council's priorities are, which will be based upon public input, you are confident that we could come up with some kind of work product to present to the public to show them where we are.
City Manager Rickard, did you want to add to that as well?
I think there are a lot of examples from other cities that have produced a report after sales tax and do produce reports, kind of a companion document to go with the budget that says, okay, because of your voting yes on sales tax measure X20, whatever it's going to be called, we were able to do these things, and it's going to list those things that we were able to add to the budget because of that. And it's going to change each year. So you can still have those things out there. You can add metrics. You can do that. We could try and go pull some of those reports and bring those back to the council at your next council meeting or in September for you guys to look at so that you have some ideas of, hey, this is the yeah, this is the type of information that we're looking for. This is not something that has to be done immediately. You're going to have some time before you have to implement a system to do that. But certainly the voters are going to want to know that you guys are very interested in transparency and accountability. So, but what exactly that looks like, we have some time on.
I know it's hard when we're not really there. I understand. I have been so pleased. I know the public has been so pleased when they receive these reports on what we've done with the road tax money and that we've improved Road A and Road B and so forth. And I'm just hoping that we can come up with something similar where we send out a postcard or whatever it may be. We put it on the website and show that this year we were able to accomplish something. And I think that's where we're all coming from. We want to have a product that we can actually show them so they know that their money was spent well.
I understand, on a product for the sales for the road projects, it's very simple, right? You have one invoice that comes in and it goes out, and so accounting for that is a very simple matter. Accounting for, hey, we decided since we're the lowest paid police officers in the county by a long shot, maybe some of it should go to raises. Exactly how do you account for what is that dollar amount, or how, if you're going to add bodies, who is it that you're going to add? What costs are you going to include in adding that? There's a lot of judgment, subjective, that goes into that. So I think, some of those metrics, some of those other things that you want to do, and just a really good narrative of, okay, this is what we heard from the public. These were what the priorities were. This is what we added to the budget. And then the next year it includes, this is what we achieved, and this is where it goes in the budget for this year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Funk. You're still muted.
I love that description. Thank you, Mayor. That you just provided of a report that could be very simple, and yet is it possible to, without going into a big cost allocation thing, is it possible to have that nice combined report with showing the budget for a few years, so you can see where the trains were, the metrics, and what's accomplished, and a couple of success stories. Examples you see on social media from, and maybe this could be a series of things that of those success stories can be put out in social media and not have to wait for an annual report, but be something that we could pull out. You see that from ECHO. They tell you, oh, here's John, and he and his kids just were able to get their permanent housing thanks to working through ECHO and getting this grant from the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition and working together. And you say, yay, and we go on. That's the kind of narrative that will help people understand where the money is. It'll be much more effective than a cost accounting report in letting people know what, that we were able to get something accomplished, get our mental health worker back with the police department, or do whatever, and achieve certain things. So if we can think about a report that would reporting process that would include success stories in addition to financial graphs and metrics, I think that would be very successful.
Do we have any other questions before going to public comment? I have a question with regards to phase 1, looking at the options of new public process versus expanded current process. It almost seems like those they're not that dissimilar. And I'm wondering, from a staff perspective, does it make sense to take our current process and expand that, since we already have certain things in place, and expand that? So instead of new study sessions, it's looking at like say talk on the block, expanding that, even doing one at City Hall, like can you see those, can you see us already taking advantage of what we're doing? Because I don't want to do a new public process and keep doing what we're doing. Like we need to come up with something that like, here's our process.
Certainly
I
that
think
makes
that, yes, expanding on what we have, you know, whether we want to still call that talk on the block, whether we want to rebrand that to really show that, okay, this is focused on where the priorities are for this, you know, for the upcoming budget cycle. However we want to do that, yes. I would agree that trying to do talk on the block separate and then do this on top of it would probably be the highest, and I'm not sure, unless there's other issues going on that we want to address on talk on the block. I think they can definitely all be merged.
Yeah. And it may be that talk on the block is an ongoing thing where this is like phase one for the beginning of this, and whether we implement that with talk on the block or we do something different and then talk on the block resumes later, you know, when if council decides that. So, okay. Do you see that, so that new public process, then we would see those being sort of like we do for the downtown enhancement or the corridor study or any of those things where we're trying to have sessions at different times of the day and different days of the week to encourage people to come in? Because I know, you know, what staff has really laid out in here is that the public has to be educated before being able to give you know, input. Like as Councilmember Funk said, there are certain things that have to be done. We need to have our fire station up to standard. We need, you know, to feel that public safety is at the level that it needs to be. And so we're not going to go out and pay for, you know, champagne to come out of the fountains and gold lettering, 24-karat gold lettering for the fire truck. Those aren't options. We've got some other things, but then, you know, there is still room certainly for input, but the education piece has to happen first, because otherwise it's easy to assume that all those other things are taken care of and let's just go do these new things. So do you see that kind of that would be the process, and you see that taking place like those kinds of meetings? How would you see that play out?
I would see it very similar to some of those others where we do try to have, you know, public meetings at different times of day, at different days of the week, over a several week course of time, so that we reach somebody who was on vacation for a week, they could go the next week. All of those avenues, I think the more meetings that we could have to expand that, the more meaningful input that we would have. And yes, I think there needs to be a strong education component too, so that we do understand, you know, once everybody has the full picture, including we're hearing it from the public's perspective, what the full picture is, and they're hearing, you know, hey, kind of some of those things that we see day to day, that the better the decisions would be made on how to spend the money.
Almost, I mean, we did a similar process. Although I think this would be much more significant, but we did a similar process with our housing element, and we got a lot of really good feedback from the community, and have that list with all the, you know, the challenges and the pros and the cons and things like that, and got a lot of community input. So that's on a much smaller scale, but certainly we've done that in other areas. So, okay, thank you. Any other questions before opening up for public comment? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and open up for public comment. I do want to remind anyone listening that the phone number to call in is 805-538-2888. And so I will ask our city manager if there is anyone in the audience that is wanting to speak on this item.
There is no one left in the audience.
Okay. And so then I will ask, I'll leave time for anyone else to call in. Again, 805-538-2888. And I will ask our city clerk if we have any email comments received on this item.
We do have a few emailed comments, so I will start with those. First one received is Courtney Hale. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We know you are reviewing a ballot measure for November, and we hope that you will review your options for oversight and implementation of funding through a lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion. If this ballot measure is to pass in November, we encourage the Council to take a deliberate and sustained process involving community oversight that supports an overt public dialogue. As you implement this oversight, please involve the creation of an advisory group, task force, or the like in the process regarding police funding and staffing that will work together with public safety professionals to hear multiple perspectives, consider creative options, and make sure that issues of racial equity and social justice are considered in crafting how we improve public safety services in the Atascadero community. We believe this will be a powerful and important step for all involved and bring greater understanding, collaboration, and effective sustained support for both community and city law enforcement. Thank you for your consideration and your commitment to serve your community. We look forward to further collaboration. Courtney Hale on behalf of Race Matters. Maria Kelly, hello, Honorable Mayor and Council. I support the formation of an oversight committee or some other process to help keep the community engaged and informed if a tax measure passes. Thank you, Maria M. Kelly. And then I have one more. Let me pull it up. This one is from Heather Branton. My name is Heather Branton. I'm a proud resident of Atascadero and honored to be the pastor of Community Church of Atascadero. I would like to make comments this evening regarding agenda item C2, which concerns oversight options for the proposed 2020 Essential Services Transactions and Use Tax measure. First, I'd like to state that I've been impressed by and grateful for the leadership of Chief Gerald Haley. Over the years, he has modeled respect for individuals, a respect that recognizes the humanity of the people he encounters. That includes people who are homeless, people struggling with addictions, people challenged with mental health issues. He has demonstrated the ability to listen with a sensitivity to the reality that most of life's challenges are complex, as are the answers and responses. I believe Chief Haley's departure is a great loss to Atascadero, especially during these times. Again, one of the things that has impressed me about Chief Haley is his understanding that people face complex challenges. The complexity of those challenges should be met with a complex response. For example, if someone in a mental health crisis breaks the law, they should be held accountable. But addressing their mental health could be the first step in helping them live productively within our local community. So, having police work together with mental health professionals in this example could strengthen a response to a crisis with better outcomes for all. Assuming passage of the local tax, we have the opportunity to be creative in how we increase our police budget. We have a breadth of local resources to support our officers to face these complex challenges. Challenges presented through mental health, challenges presented in poverty and homelessness. And during these times especially, we have the opportunity to be more attentive to race and ethnicity. I encourage City Council to establish not just oversight, but inclusion of other professionals and representatives of various constituencies in an advisory group to help identify best use of the funding. Through inclusion of multiple voices, we have the opportunity to be creative in public safety that is inclusive and equitable. From my perspective, this would expand upon the leadership that Chief Haley has provided to further respect all of our city residents. It would emphasize that each person touched by public safety is a human being. And those are all the emailed comments.
Thank you, Laura. And so I will go to see if there are any callers that wish to speak on this item.
We have no callers for this item.
All right, thank you. I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. I will say the term oversight or advisory, those have specific meanings to them. So as was pointed out in the staff report, if we have a formal advisory committee, that committee sort of places a layer between the public and the council, where we are the ones who are elected and tasked with making these decisions. What I think the spirit of this is what I'm hearing is that we want to make sure that we hear from voices across our community that are advising us and not with someone advising someone and then advising someone. We don't want an unelected, unaccountable body in that sense. We are the accountable body. And so it is, how do we set up a process so that we ensure as much public comment as possible, and that diversity of comment. And that will, I think that has always been the challenge, but I believe that because of the environment we are in today and that people are much more aware and are getting much more involved, I think that actually lends to us being able to garner more of that input. And so I am feeling encouraged in that way. And if we make that effort to reach out and make sure that we are including as many people as possible, as many people know that they have the opportunity to do that, we can do that within the structure of what we were talking about with an expanded process. So I would say from the standpoint of having a formal advisory committee, I would not want to go down that road. I don't think that is the right approach. Again, I think we are the elected accountable body, but we can get those diverse voices that do provide that advisory aspect to the council, which is really what all of our residents and citizens are to us. Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau.
Yes, thank you. To me, I'd look at this, there's two pieces of this. One is prioritization of spending additional revenue if the measure's passed. And the second part is the accountability. And the staff report kind of loses that in terms of the phase one, public engagement and community priorities, and then public engagement and accountability. And I think we need to look at them as two distinct phases of the process. And I don't think we necessarily need to reinvent the wheel either. The most important meeting in my mind that'll take place in this regard would be during the course of our normal strategic planning session that takes place in January, because that would be after this measure, if assuming it passes, it would be after that point. So we would know that we would be in line to be receiving additional revenue. And in the past, we've talked about things we'd like to do, but we've always been very limited because of our limited resources. We're a low revenue city. And this would change that a little bit, where for really the first time in a long time, the city would actually have some significant additional revenue to talk about what to do. So it would all be about prioritization. And we could expand on that process somewhat, but I don't think we need to necessarily change it a lot. By expand on it, though, I mean really more outreach, so people really know that there's a chance here, and there's an important decision to be made on the part of the council on where to spend the additional money, and so public input is needed on that. And in the city of San Luis Obispo, when they go through their every 2-year budgets, they always have a substantial chunk of money to talk about. So they get a lot of people to come and put stickers on the wall or whatever about whether their priority is a skate park or an expanded senior center or buying more open space or whatever, because they've always got several $1 million to play with. We've never had that. So this time around we would, and I think the strategic planning session that's what we should build on. And we already have these, we've had the talks in the block where we explain, city manager in particular explains a little bit about city finance to folks, but we kind of have a process there. We can just really push for better public outreach, but don't really have to change the process all that much in terms of when we sit down and talk about prioritizing the expenditure of the money. Then after it flows in, we spend the money, and every year we want to provide transparency and a degree of accountability. I am interested in number 5, the annual report, because I think and that's on page 63 of our agenda, the last sentence there about providing an annual report is this would provide the public with a list of what was added to the budget because of the sales tax measure. And I think that fundamentally very succinctly says what it is that people would be looking for. People are going to want to know, okay, you guys got $4 or $5 million more per year. What'd you do with it? And that it would answer the question. Here's, we hired, and it has to be ballpark figures because you can't narrow it down that we hired this guy and he was a step 2 and we spent, we got this much overtime. It'd be a matter of we hired 3 additional police officers and we remodeled the fire station, and that's, that cost this much, and we're going to pay it off over time. That's what people are looking for, I'm thinking. They're not going to be looking for another, 300-page accounting report. They're looking for, in big picture, what'd you do with the extra money? And so there's prioritization, which we can accommodate through our normal process, but expanded to ensure we have greater public input. And then there's accountability, which in simple terms is what did you do with the extra money? And I don't think we need to overcomplicate it because I don't think that's what the voters would be looking for.
Okay, so if we do this, let's talk phase one, phase two. Charles, you're saying you'd like to, for phase one, expand our current process, and for phase two, you'd be looking at number 5, the four things that go along with option 5.
Right.
So let's just, I'm just going to kind of go down the line on my screen here. So Councilmember Newsom.
I'm in line with the same thing, expand what we have in phase one, and then the annual reporting that Charles just alluded to with priorities from the public.
Okay. And Councilmember Fonzie.
I would agree with Charles and with Heather, but I would like to have more outreach during phase, I guess it would be phase 2. I may have got that wrong.
So phase one is the setting up, but yeah, definitely during the phase one,
yes.
More outreach. Yeah. And then the number 5 on the phase 2.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Funk. You're muted again. We appreciate that you do that, though.
Maybe I should do that more often. I think that if in phase 1 that we can work expanding from our current process. I do think that there's a way to address the concerns that were brought up by some of our correspondents about looking at the models of policing and having some dialogue. That needs to be addressed in an environment where different parties can talk back and forth with each other. So it's not something that is not a public comment where people come up and they say their 3 minutes and they sit down and nobody can talk to each other. But a more of a dialogue process so that we have the opportunity for a little bit of creativity. That maybe could be something that follows on the strategic planning as an expansion of that process. I think the conversation that's needed for accountability from that perspective is larger than that can take place in 2 hours of the strategic planning session. But
well, and I will say, I think so. Strategic planning is a day and a half, so it's longer than that. But your point is well taken. If you remember last year, what we did was we had breakout groups, and we moved around to breakout groups to have those discussions, even in smaller. Like people got to go and say, "Hey, I'm really interested in." For example, fire safety. Others went and were talking about budget concerns, and others were talking economic development. So I could see, this time around there would be, bigger discussions, and you could have one regarding policing and other things. So that would be the beginning of those kinds of discussions where it's not just 3 minutes up and down, but we would be having more of that interaction, because I do understand what you're saying there.
Yeah, and I think we could build from that to have the follow on to that, so that we capture the opportunity to make really great decisions about just how to spend that money before it gets baked into the budget process that's going to go year after year in terms of who we've hired and what we've assigned them to do, how we've approached certain issues. So I think we can handle that with an expanded process if we're committed to really making it one that outreach and listening. I also think in working with our strategic planning process, if we are going to rely on it for this larger purpose, I'd like us to make a commitment that we put the date and time of the strategic planning, that we made a commit to that by the middle of December, so that organizations like the Kiwanis Club and AAUW and others in the community can get it on their calendars and get it out to their members and help us communicate the opportunity. And then I also think I would ask if we would be willing to commit to to planning some blocks of time for the strategic plan, to have an agenda that comes out that says, you know, we're going to start at 8:30 in the morning and the council will be fed lunch. Doesn't tell anybody when to get a babysitter so that they can be there for the 2-hour block where, you know, where during that time we might have breakouts addressing concerns of theirs. So that's, if we can have a little bit more of a rough idea of what types of things are going to be done when in the process of the strategic planning, and get that information out much earlier. That will facilitate a more useful process of public input and help us with our phase 1 concerns. For phase 2, I'm highly in favor of a report option that focuses on, that does not involve a big cost allocation thing, but focuses on how did the budget change, what are the metrics that tell us what we get for that money, and some success stories, so that it's not just numbers. The road budget is easier because the success story is obvious every time you drive down on Santa Lucia or wherever. But there's success stories in Jerry's world too. And we need to promote some of those about efficiency or service or security so that people know what they got for their money. And at the same time, do this process in phase 1 where we're talking about how policing works, because that's going to be a big, that gets built into the staffing in a broad way, and really be clear to people about how we're trying to approach it, and then we can report on that too. How well, how we are addressing crime and various other concerns in the community.
Understood. Thank you. Yes, Charles.
Yes, I agree with Councilmember Funk that, when it comes to our strategic planning, and I suggest using that as the primary place to discuss the phase 1 prioritization of spending additional funds. I agree, because this issue is so important, we should put that on a specific time, if you will, on our strategic planning session, and not just have it in the middle of a day-long session. I think that's a good thing. And I would say that, especially in this first go-around, that we might have some good long discussions during a strategic planning session, but that we also discuss it at a regular council meeting. That we have a lot more participation at our regular council meetings, and a lot more people who watch it on TV and listen on the radio, et cetera, than we do, or at least historically have had at our strategic planning sessions. Although I'm hopeful since we have some real money on the table to talk about what we can do with it, that we'll have increased participation at our strategic planning sessions. But I do support the idea that we have in order to encourage public involvement, we try to give them a more specific time, and that we perhaps also add this item to a regular council agenda as well. During the first budget cycle that we do it.
Thank you. So I would agree with my 4 colleagues on expanding our current process, doing outreach in as many and creative ways as we can find to get that input. Committing to the date mid-December can be hard if you have a new council coming in right before that. But I think if we, commit to say before the before the holidays, before everybody kind of leaves for holiday break, that we're getting that date on the calendar and committing to that is good. I can also see that I think a lot of that input and advisory that will come isn't going to come to us per se, because we're not going to get into the weeds of that. We're going to have some more of those high level discussions. And yes, sometimes strategic planning, we do some weeds as well. But when staff knows, here's the direction we want to go. So to the point of, you know, if we're talking policing, because that's the subject that's come up tonight, then we entrust staff to go get that information and then bring that back to us, and the public can be part of that process. So I see that not just being that 2-hour meeting, there's more that will continue with that. Jerry, would you put option 6 up for me? That was the one that kind of interested me, and so I just may be in the minority on this, because in option 5, you're still, it seems like trying to divide out, but not precisely. You're just kind of trying to give an estimate of here's kind of how that extra is spent, but we're not separating it out, you know, via our accounting system.
That's correct. So it wouldn't be kind of a dollar for dollar accounting, but it would be kind of that bigger picture and the metrics of, yes, we, you know, we're able to start on the fire station or add some staffing or things like that. So, but you're right. There are some breakout kind of additional costs there.
Because I wonder if focusing on the big picture priorities along with the metrics and the narrative of here's what we've been able to do, but also that big picture, I like if we look at number 2, the changes focus on which dollar in the pool is being spent to what we are changing from that to what we are accomplishing with that dollar. And I think that's most important because most of our residents don't even look at the budget and what the general fund is doing, period. So now we're saying we're going to just focus on this little piece. I like the idea of saying, here's what we're doing with all of it in a way that is palatable. And again, it uses narrative so people are drawn into and want to hear about what's going on. And within that, we can say, because of the sales tax measure, now here's the metrics. Here's what you can see has improved, or you know, I just think, you know, maybe it's a combination of 6 and 5, but that, am I bringing anything up that makes sense or sounds doable?
Can I ask this though first before Jerry answers that? I'm a little confused, I guess, in terms of really what is the difference between 5 and 6? They're both a big picture summary of what did we do with the money.
5 is more like, here's what we did with the extra money. Whereas 6 is, here's what we're doing with the entire general fund, like really, you know, getting residents involved with, here's what your general fund is doing, because most people don't pay any attention to it at all. But then I think the metrics and the narrative aspect would then be able to tell a story of what additional we've been able to do.
And I think for purposes of this entire discussion, though, the focus should be on what do we do with the extra money? You know, because that's the purpose of, you know, of this, in the sense that, okay, we're asking the voters to consider this. If they approve it, we're going to have some extra money, and the accountability is what did we do with the extra money? Nothing wrong with saying what we did with our base amount of money as well, but I'm just trying to focus on the purpose of this specific conversation.
Right, understand. Councilmember Funk.
Yeah, I mean, I suggest that if we're looking at what the impact is of the extra money, that maybe a way to do that is to look at, if you look at the budget as a whole, and then you look at the budget as a whole, you know, a before and after picture of city spending, I think that accomplishes what the mayor has been talking about in terms of you know, the big picture, and we don't have to worry about which dollar was which if we're looking at what do we get from the whole thing before and what do we get the whole thing afterwards. This will probably, you know, as for practical matter, this is probably going to involve a few years worth of budgeting, because this year under COVID, you know, is going to be really an impossible year to use for trending. And so we will have to sort out a little bit of the effects of COVID in looking at what's changed in our community. But I think if we do a big picture that way and look at and select metrics with an eye towards the particular big picture priorities that have been established, that we can get something that communicates thoughtfully with the public about what they're getting for their money and how we're managing that. And I think that that would be effective. So I think that, you know, is that a combination of 5 and 6?
Well, I think I appreciate you trying to help navigate that, and I think I might just be complicating things a bit. So I am willing to go with option 5 and go with that. But again, that we, you know, some metrics, some narrative, because I think just throwing raw numbers out at people isn't interesting, and most people are going to be like, and they're going to throw that away. It's not meaningful. So I think that's the metrics, the narratives are important. So I can certainly go with that, and I think we have come to a decision. So I would ask for a motion.
The purpose of this was to advise staff. Do you actually?
Yes,
a motion.
I think I am wanting a motion. Yes, I am. I'm wanting a motion. So basically the motion, I'm understanding we have consensus that we would want to expand our current process that would include additional outreach, committing to a date by, you know, before people leave for the holidays, giving people more of a, you know, an idea of when we'd be participate, you know, during strategic planning, those, you know, ideas that both you and Charles have come up with. So that would be the phase 1. The motion then would be for, you know, number 5 on the annual report, and making sure to include metrics and narrative, that type of thing. So we do want a motion on that, so it's very clear what the direction we're giving staff. I mean, that's what's in my mayor's agenda. So if I am incorrect on that, Laura, could you let me know?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. So
No
I think basically it's consideration, but if you know the route that you want to go and you want to do a motion, that will solidify it, and then staff will know exactly how to move forward. Otherwise, if we just sort of give some direction, then that might be something we need to bring back to you in order to implement.
Okay.
So if we're already in agreement, we might just want to make that motion now, and then that in essence puts this part of it to bed, and then staff can move forward with implementation of that.
Got it. So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion, if I have no objections to that. So this will be sort of long and wordy, Laura, if you need me to stop or clarify along the way. But what I'm going to say is that I move that for phase 1, we go with expanding our current process. That doesn't mean it has to be called Talk on the Block or anything like that, but expanding the current process that includes more outreach, that includes committing to a date before leaving for the holiday break so that we can get that out to the public. And in the agenda for strategic planning itself, giving the public a better idea of when that sort of open discussion will be occurring. Additionally, in that motion is for phase 2 that we go with the number 5 option that would also include in that report metrics and narrative to really share with the public how their money has been invested.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Laura, is that?
Yeah, I'm just going to go back, read back to you what I have and make sure, and it looks like maybe Susan had something.
Yeah, go ahead and read it, and then we'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so for phase 1, we're going to expand our current process to include more outreach, committing to a date, and I assume that means strategic planning. I don't have the PowerPoints in front of me, so we're going to commit to a date for strategic planning prior to leaving for holiday break, and we are going to include as part of the strategic planning agenda that we put out to the public, a better idea or a time or something when that open discussion will take place so that they know exactly when to come to strategic planning, or if we're still on the social distancing, when to call in, but they'll know exactly when that discussion is taking place to participate. And then for phase 2, we're going to go with the number 5 option. But then you said to also include, and I missed that, something about a narrative, and I just want to make sure I get that down.
Making sure that we include metrics. And Jerry said there are a lot of metrics that can be considered, but I think metrics tell a story of, whether it's, number of new police officers or, work on the fire station or something. And then any narrative, story that can be told. The roads are so much easier, but something that can be done. And, we'll see what that is along the way.
Okay.
And so we do have a motion by Mayor Moreno and a second by Councilmember Fonzie. Councilmember Funk.
Would the mayor be amenable to an amendment that would add a requirement for additional study sessions before or after to ensure that issues about policing are addressed from a lens of inclusion and diversity?
I think in expanding our process, we're already talking about more study sessions. Am I correct on that, Jerry?
Yes, we can include those in the expanded process as we move in that direction.
Yeah, so if, for example, we had said anticipated talk on the block meetings, but we may not call them talk on the block. We could have some other meetings. And I would prefer to keep the discussion broad, because anyone who comes can bring that, let's have that diversity and inclusion conversation. But I don't want to, when it comes to budget, say, we're going to focus in on this. It needs to be broader than that. And those who are concerned can come with that. I don't want others to feel like, wait, that's not my issue. I want anyone to be able to come and talk about that. That to me is true inclusion. We need to make sure all of our residents feel included in the conversation. But I certainly agree that that topic will be part of the discussion.
Yeah, okay. Because I wasn't hearing that in the language, and I wanted to make sure that it was clear for those folks who want to make sure that we have that voices, that there will be opportunities before and or after the strategic planning session to dive a little deeper into some areas that merit deeper discussion, so that we can make great choices. If that's part of the intent of the expanded process, then I can work with that.
Well, to be clear, the expanded process is for anyone to come participate and to have a conversation about the things that are meaningful to them. And so if you have a group come and say, hey, as part of the budget, it's important that we talk about policing and equity and these things, then that will be part of the conversation. I don't think having a budget conversation that we say, hey, we're going to have a budget conversation that is just about diversity and policing and that, I don't think that's appropriate for budget conversation. I think that will come from the public saying, hey, this is important to us, and great, let's have that conversation, whether it's at strategic planning or whether it's at any of those breakout sessions.
I appreciate the mayor's concern there. And it's not my intent. Diversity, in thinking this in terms of diversity, is not an issue by itself, but that we need to make sure that we have a range of perspectives in the room. To have that part of this is we'll get better choice decisions as a city if we're hosting a dialogue that includes multiple perspectives. So if we have the gun safety people and the gun owners who are talking about how it is that policing is effective and safe in an environment where people are, owning firearms, that, and how we make that work well. This is a discussion that we need to be some of these we need to be a little bit intentional about, as opposed to just randomly whoever shows up on this day or that day to talk about X doesn't give you the chance to have the dialogue. And so what I'm after is to make sure that we're intentional about getting the range of advice that we need as a council and that our staff needs to go forward, in particular because we're going to have a significant investment in our police staffing and in ways that are different from the
I understand what you're saying. I believe that if we're going to be talking about policing, we need to invite all the voices.
Yes.
And so if that is not clear to people to begin with, that every time we have a conversation about anything, all of you are welcome every single time. Every single one of your voices is needed, is desired, and we want you to be here in these conversations. And so when it comes to the budget, knowing that policing will be part of it, and it may be that we put part of that into the strategic planning agenda, so people see what some of the potential topics are, and then they would say, hey, I want to be a part of that. But people are always invited, always. And we want to make that clear. And so we will do everything that we can in that outreach to know. And so I think for people to know that. And so I would just ask maybe either Jerry or Rochelle, and then I think we've probably gone on long enough with a motion already on the floor. Can we, I think in the agenda of strategic planning, have a little bit of specificity of, what some of those ranges of topics might be?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Wonderful.
I'll my request for a motion and stand with the understanding that we've had in the discussion, that it is addressed in spirit with the mayor's original language.
Thank you. So I will ask for a roll call.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Councilmember Fonzie.
Yes.
Councilmember Funk.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau.
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. How is everybody doing right now? Moving on to our last item, and then we also have COVID. Anybody need, say, a 5-minute break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 9:30.
Excuse me.
All right, we will start coming back here.
That was a productive 5 minutes. Had to go put the chickens away and shut the garage, go to the bathroom. I had to move to another room because the other room is desired right now by somebody.
Right.
All right, I think we're waiting for Councilmember Newsom, and let's see, do we have our city clerk and our city manager here with us?
I'm here.
Clerk is here.
All right. Councilmember Newsom, are you here? Not yet. I have a little fly that keeps going around my screen. Let's see. Let's wait just a moment and for Councilmember Newsom to join us. Hey, Director DeBar.
Hi, good evening.
Sorry, I had a baby that's not happy.
Ah, that's all right. Understand. All right. So now we are on to item C3, our downtown street tree removal program, and we've got our Public Works Director, Nick DeBar, with us.
Can you guys see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Cool. This is a item that actually the city manager, community development director, and myself have been talking about for a while, but let's see. A little background on it. You know, street trees in the downtown really provide a lot of benefit. It's really key for placemaking. That's one of the council goals with the downtown. They provide a lot of shade, color, it's architectural enhancement, really identify, like as I mentioned, the placemaking, and then really enhances walkability and just kind of encourages, especially during the hot summer months, people to stick around a little bit. Currently, there's a more or less grouping of trees in the downtown that we have along El Camino. There's the Raywood Ash. On Entrada and Palma, there's a Bradford Pear. The ornamental plum is on Entrada, and it also has the Bradford Pear along Entrada as well. And then the Arbutus marina, which is a strawberry tree, and crepe myrtle are mostly along Traffic Way. But the Traffic Way also has quite a few London plane sycamores as well. Here's some London plane sycamores. Most people know the Carlton, so those trees that are around it and across the street by their parking lot, those are London plane sycamores. These were planted around 2002 back in the good old days of redevelopment funding. We did streetscaping and other nice amenities in the downtown, and they've actually looking really good right now, and starting to get to be a good size. Other areas of town not looking as good. There's quite a few trees as shown in these. One on the left is one of those ornamental plums on Entrada, probably the nicest looking one on Entrada, believe it or not. And then on the right there is along El Camino north of Traffic Way, some of those ash trees that are looking pretty rough. But those ash trees on El Camino and ornamental plums are really trees that we're looking and investigating and identified that would be nice to remove and replace. We identified about 20 trees in the downtown area, and that require or should be removed and replaced. As I mentioned, these are some of the ornamental plums. There's 8 of them on Entrada and 8 or more of those ash trees along El Camino. In addition, there's about 18 empty or vacant tree planters, mostly along El Camino. These are trees that either the cities had to take out because they died, or business owners. Say in front of like the street side, there's a vacant tree well right now. Overall, we kind of identified 35 to 40 tree locations that could be addressed or should be addressed. And then a lot of these areas, as the trees grown up, they've displaced sidewalks, or there's been other issues. So, you know, there's associated damaged sidewalks with it. Now, here's the different types of tree casting or tree wells we have. That one on the left is kind of the downtown standard that's down there in front of the old subway. The one in the middle is a concrete collar. A lot of those concrete collar ones, actually the trees have been growing into it, and actually we've lost some trees because they've girdled by being choked out by growing into that. And the one on the right that's in front of Dark Nectar, that still has some room to grow. That's actually a relatively newer planting. And this is not in Atascadero, I'm happy to report. I thought it was funny. I put this up there for the community development director to know the damage that street trees cause to public infrastructure. There's probably a family of raccoons that live underneath that panel like that. So really this whole program for renewal of the street trees is to increase those aesthetics and that placemaking, really promote that walkability, and just, you know, really address that goal of downtown economic development. So we kind of broke this out into 2 phases, 2 initial phases. The first one would really to be focusing on a certain area, El Camino from 41 to Rosario, which is a police station, Entrada between El Camino and Lewis, Traffic Way from 101 to Lewis, and then Palma from West Mall to Traffic Way. We purposefully kept out West Mall and East Mall and Palma in front of City Hall, just because those are very unique historic trees, mostly oak trees, and so that is not part of this area. So one of the things we thought that we're recommending, staff is recommending, to kind of change the whole dynamic of street trees in that phase 1 area is to remove and replace the dead and problem trees. So and then also as part of that, stump grind and prep, and then sidewalk repairs. And then once those trees are planted and replaced, and those tree wells that don't have the metal casting, utilize, instead of those concrete collars, plant the tree more to the level of the sidewalk elevation, and then use like a DG or some other porous material to eliminate some of those tripping hazards. And some of the costs of each of these tree locations to do that could be very little. So some of these empty or vacant tree wells, they're ready to go in front of the police station. I think those are like a good candidate where you could go in there, dig it out, prep it, and plant a tree. Other locations have 3 or 4 sidewalk panels that need to be replaced, and those are the ones that would be a little more expensive. And of that cost, most of that cost is associated with concrete sidewalk replacement and repairs. Currently, the tree maintenance responsibility is the adjacent property owners. This is a Streets and Highways code that we also adopted in our municipal code. This goes with sidewalk as well, and trees. It's really hard sometimes to get compliance with that, and you know, people have a hard time understanding that but it is true. And then there's also opportunities that we could maybe have for partnering with some nonprofits or civic groups, or the businesses or adjacent property owners. I might add, I did not prepare this draft. That was Phil and one of Phil's staff, Kelly, one of the planners that put this together. So, most of my presentations don't have these nice colored graphics and stuff. So, one of the phase 2 things we'd be coming in, I'll talk about that in a minute, is coming up with a street tree guidelines. We actually drafted some up that incorporated these recommendations for street trees and what to replace the Rayburn ash with, and on El Camino, or what do we replace the plum trees with on Entrada, but really kind of responds to character of the street as well. And then really trying to get some standards that will give us a best opportunity not to have those tripping hazards or sidewalk displacements, and really have the tree become healthy and stay healthy. So we came up with large, medium, and small trees, very creative. Some of these large trees we're recommending putting on like the bigger right-of-ways, right? So arterial roadways, so such as El Camino, it's a 100-foot right-of-way. A lot of these corridors have wider sidewalks, so they can accommodate a bigger tree that maybe is located a little further from a building. And it's kind of like referenced of scale of the right-of-way as well. So Traffic Way has quite a few London Plain sycamores also, but that's kind of what the going tree is right now that developers are putting in. The La Plaza will have London Plain sycamores planted as part of their construction as well. And then we also looked at a tulip tree. These tulip trees are probably the best place to look is the Centennial Plaza. Those are tulip trees on both sides of that pedestrian bridge. Then these medium trees, it could be along Entrada or other side streets such as Palma. And these are a little smaller, but kind of mixing and matching. I think we all love what Entrada and Palma looks like in April, May, or March, April timeframe, when the 2 to 3 weeks when those trees are flowering. It's beautiful. And but then the rest of the year it's kind of nondescript. So kind of mixing and matching and trying to find that, but not having too many tree species that it looks just random. So these would be a flowering pear, ornamental pear. We'd recommend keeping that, and that's along Palma and Entrada right now. And that would be the one on the left picture here. And then on the right, that's a Chinese pistache tree. It's a deciduous tree. One thing that, between evergreen and deciduous is a lot of times in the summer, you want those leaves in the shade for parking under or walking under. In the wintertime, a lot of times you want to have that sun coming through and have sun on you. So that's the beauty of the deciduous trees. It loses its leaves and has the leaves at the right time of year. And then small accent trees could be for corners or other small planters. This is actually just kind of depicting what we've been doing. On the left there, those are strawberry trees or Arbutus marina. They're actually an evergreen. That's in the median in between Colony Deli and the Carlton. And those trees are really healthy, actually. They look really nice. The other ones in there are crepe myrtles, and that's one in the middle there. And then red buds, which are also a deciduous tree. So some of the standards back in the streetscape days, it's a little poster that we had. I kind of went through some of these standards. Some of these standards are still good standards that can be used, but maybe need to be updated as well. Right now, they're a metal tree grate that only has a 4x4 tree well. as these trees get bigger, they take up more room. So, we're looking at that as well. And then also putting these tree root barriers on the right there. And a lot of the tree wells do not have these. So, the roots are going to go where the water is. So if there's water, say running down a curb line or seeping in, they're going to chase that water. And the great thing is if we can promote some of these roots to go deep, there's as much water as you can imagine, about 5 to 6 feet down under El Camino. When contractors trench there, I'm always amazed at the dewatering that they have to do just to do the work. But in the meantime, if there's not irrigation bubblers to water these trees, another way to do it is put in these, these deep watering porous PVC pipes, and then you can just dump a 5-gallon bucket of water in there, water it down deep. So really getting these trees established the first 3 years is really critical. So you do not necessarily need irrigation pipes and all that to in place to get these trees to grow. And then, as I mentioned, some of those tree wells that have concrete collars or open tree wells, we'd want to try to plant the new trees at the surface and then put a DG, or this other picture here in the upper left is it's kind of a porous concrete, not really asphalt, but it's kind of a more rigid, the poured in place rubberized surfacing that we put in at Joy Playground or out at Lake Park. It looks a lot like that, except it's rigid. And this would be a walkable ADA compliant surface as well. So tree grows out, you can just kind of chip that out or cut it away. And it allows the water to get into underneath that tree and allows the tree to breathe instead of being covered up with concrete. So staff did meet with the downtown business owners. We actually, last fall, we brought this up at, we did it through the Downtown Business Association. The last one we did was in June, and we had a virtual meeting. We didn't have a great attendance, but we had quite a few of the property owners and business owners tune in. And some of the concerns they had were obviously the plum trees were the #1 concern, kind of the standing and the mess. And those are starting to drop fruit right now. And then really choosing some trees that aren't going to have constant debris that get tracked into the businesses. So unfortunately, there's no tree that doesn't have some kind of dropping or some kind of mess that's associated with it. That's just what you get with trees. But some have much, much less than others. And those are the ones that we're trying to find. And that we're recommending that I think will do really well. Next steps, phase 1, as I mentioned, is to approve staff to either have city staff or a contractor go out and remove some of these problem trees, get the stumps ground out or removed from those tree wells, and then do the sidewalk repairs and do some prep for trees. And then also really kind of hone in on what we're recommending. So you can learn a lot from doing these, not 1 or 2 a year, but doing them 1 or 2 a week, or half a dozen over a week or 2, and just see how these go. But coming up with some new standards for downtown street tree and just street tree plantings in general. That phase 2 would, phase 1 would also include outreach to the business owners and having them, plant trees or sponsor trees or whatever else, we can do to get new trees in. Phase 2 could be bringing these engineering standards back, having that downtown tree selection guideline, and then replanting opportunities. So to implement phase one, and this is a pretty wide range with 60 to 75,000. This would be removing about 20 trees, 20 or more trees, getting those stumps out, as well as other stumps that are currently in those empty tree wells, and some pre-planning work for those 38 tree locations. Replacing and repairing some sidewalk panels. This estimate was for about 20 panels. And then some of these locations really are ready to go right now, so they don't even need any panels repaired. Planting some of the trees in front of the police station, or if a community or nonprofit wants to sponsor those trees, working with them to get those trees planted. And each of these locations for tree replantings, I estimated might cost $500 to $1,000. So we'd want a tree of some kind of substantial size. A 15-gallon tree is what this is based on. 15-gallon London plain sycamore, for instance, if you went to the nursery, it would cost $250, and it might cost another $250 to get those root barriers and the soil prep and those support posts and the deep watering tubes put in. Other tree species might be more expensive. The tulip tree is a more expensive tree, so that's kind of the range, and that's just an estimate right now. And then one of the things we feel is important too is making sure these trees get, especially when they're new, the first 5 years, is pruning them and shaping them to make sure that they don't interfere with, they don't have a limb going off in the wrong direction to block a street light, or, big limb that's going right up against the roof line on a building. So really trying to prune these trees and shape them so, when they are mature, they have the right branch structure for their location. So tonight, the recommendations are to direct staff to initiate phase one of this program, and then I'll authorize the Director of Administrative Services to appropriate $75,000 in general fund reserves to implement phase one of the downtown street tree renewal program. And then I guess a third one, it's not here, but come back with a phase two with some of those standards, and let's see, and that downtown street tree selection guideline, and really an outreach. We'll start some of the outreach right away. Those plum trees, I think, are probably the ones that we hear the most about. We've talked to some of the business owners out there. I have, and I know Phil has too. And, they're happy. In fact, one of them I won't mention where, but if you drive down there right now, it's just almost a stick. There's like absolutely no, I don't think any leaves or any of those plums hanging on that tree right now. So somebody's a nearby business owner or property owner is taking it upon themselves to kind of prune that tree to, so that'll be easy to take care of too, but work with some of those property owners to see, look, do you mind if we take this out? And then try to encourage them to sponsor a tree and go for that. So some of these costs, what we're looking at doing is just having those sponsors cover the cost to get that tree in. There might be a group like Kiwanis that's very hands-on, as long as, and they can maybe go and plant the tree on their own and do those things. Maybe even pick up the tree on their own. So they're covering those costs. But they would still need to do that to our city standards, and we'd want to inspect it and make sure all those things happen. So I'm sure there's a number of questions. So with that, I'll stop talking. Maybe Phil, do you want to add anything on this?
Nick, wonderful presentation. I think you said it all. I think all I'll add is there's a lot more than meets the eye when it comes to planning for street trees. And incredibly challenging given all the constraints of the urban environment, the weather factors, the maintenance, everything else. So it's been a bit challenging to get this going, but I'm glad we are now at this particular juncture where we can start talking about at least cleaning up some of the specimens we have out there and coming back with the tree guidelines and other features that'll make this happen. So again, thanks for being so thorough, Nick. I think you covered most of it, but I'm happy to chime in if there's any council questions as well.
Thank you both. I can certainly in my yard show you an arbutus marina that has not been trimmed properly. It looks nothing like the picture, so glad we're talking about pruning. Director DeBar, I'd love a clarifying question. In the beginning, you said that typically sidewalks and trees and those types of things in our ordinance, I guess you would say, is part of the responsibility of the business owner.
Yes.
I think, yes. And is that typical in most cities, or are we unique in that way?
It's typical in most cities, and like most cities, we need to address sightline issues and other public safety issues. So sometimes like right now this month, honestly, some of my maintenance crew is going around and trying to take care of some of those issues around town. And if we don't take care of some of these issues, you might have sightline or signs that are a stop sign blocked or whatever. Or if we don't take care of some of these other issues, we'll be taking care of them at 3 in the morning during a storm in January. So it's kind of being proactive about it, but trying to walk that fine line between, look, we're not going to trim a tree just because it needs to be trimmed. We're going to kind of focus on those hazards that are out in the right of way, and then send out a lot of notifications each year. It's one of the most common correspondence that Public Works sends out, is to let people know to trim their trees out in the right of way.
And how often do they, actually follow through and do that?
Probably maybe 25 to, 1 out of 3, maybe 1 out of 4.
Okay.
And then we send a follow up, and eventually it's a lot of work, honestly, to do that. But again, it's what our code is, and we're looking for a little flexibility in the downtown, just because this is an area that we really want to, be a gem for our town and look really nice and have some placemaking.
Yeah, and I think it's something that business owners have, come to us in the last year and said they really have a desire to see the trees that aren't performing well to come down and to have more of a plan. And I think this council has said yes, we want to look at doing that. And so we're doing something out of the ordinary here in looking to authorize these funds to do this phase 1 that would typically be the business owner's responsibility. But we're saying, hey, we understand that, our downtown, like even pre-COVID, is still in that phase of growth and kind of getting going, still in its infancy. And so we wanted to kind of be able to help seed that, no pun intended, right? But to seed that and to help with that, kind of partner with the businesses. So you did a great job on the report, and thank you for this information. With that, I will ask if we have any specific questions from council for staff. Councilmember Fonzie.
Yes, thank you. Good report, Nick, and also Phil. Question regarding having a choice of trees. For instance, you said that they're putting in the sycamore types, the London plane down by the new colony area across from the park. And we also have the tulip tree. So if someone comes in and they have a choice, we might have a whole bunch of sycamores and then several tulip trees that are going to look different and grow different and not be compatible. How are we going to regulate this so this all kind of fits together? Are you going to have areas that you have tulip trees and areas you have London plane and other types of trees, or how will you do it?
Yeah, that's a great question because, you know, especially if we're looking for sponsorship, you know, you're looking at community groups or, you know, if I have a business or own a property and I really like a tulip tree, but it's going to be the only tulip tree on the whole block, you know, we'll meet with those business owners and try to encourage them to plant the tree that the city wants there and explain why. I'm not sure if there's going to be a ton of tulip trees planted. I mean, that'll be something we come back with in phase 2 and really know whether or not those tulip trees would be appropriate. We're pretty comfortable with the other recommendations. That tulip tree was one that Phil slipped in at the last minute of the report. But yeah, and one of the things, Councilmember Fonzie, that I've seen in the past, not here, but where I've lived elsewhere, is I've seen, you know, entire city blocks that have had over, you know, like tree canopies, like driving through a tunnel almost on the street, this big tunnel, just all wiped out from tree disease and tree pests. So, you know, you think of Dutch elm disease or emerald ash borer or oak wilt. I've seen that in some cities like St. Paul and in the areas where I'm originally from, just devastated. So getting a, you know, some diversity with street trees, because we don't know in 10 years if there's going to be, you know, a pest that's going to love London plain sycamores. I don't think so, because they're really insect and resistant and everything else. So, but I think having a lot of these trees protects us and at least gives us a really good shot at having a nice tree canopy in the downtown. If one of these trees does become susceptible to a pest or some kind of disease, we won't lose everything. We'll just lose a certain species.
And just to add to that just a little bit, when we bring back the tree planting guidelines, we do have the opportunity to specify what the city would like to see on each block. The idea was really to have a theme of the London Plains and El Camino, where you have a much bigger street, and then the smaller trees on Entrada, which is kind of a mixture, and then the tulip trees being reserved for special areas like the plazas, like the new plaza that will be constructed next to La Plaza, and like the Century Plaza that's already done. That's just a kind of a general overview of where we were going with the guidelines.
Okay, I think maybe it would be wise to put in those guidelines so that there's no problems with owners of the property. So we have some uniformity where we need the uniformity. Thank you.
Other council questions? Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau, is that your hand or?
Well, yeah, I was going to, but
You're just kind of like this. Okay.
Well, I was waiting until the opportunity came. And I think Councilmember Funk has a question. But I'll go ahead and go. Nick, as city manager will tell you, I periodically asked about this issue over the last year because I originally actually had some interest in just personally volunteering to cut down some trees and dig some holes and plant some trees. But here we're talking about what, $75,000, $60 to $75,000 of general fund reserve, which we are normally very reluctant to part with. And I'm wondering, and we're talking about phase 2 is to come up with the guidelines. So if I'm a business owner, I want to do something right now, or if I'm a volunteer group or an individual and I want to do something right now, how would one go about this? Because it sounds like we're going to take care of the bulk of the problem here if we adopt this recommendation, essentially to use your staff time and city funds to fix it up.
Yeah, and that would be to basically prepare these locations for a tree planting. So we know that some of the biggest impediment is just getting that ready to take a new tree, and like getting a new tree and putting it in there is probably one of the more easier things that maybe is more palatable for a business or somebody that might want to volunteer to do that. I'm not sure if I just want, a citizen going out there and cutting down a tree in the downtown necessarily.
No, yeah, I know people want to coordinate with you, but in terms of the guidance that would come out in phase 2, basically though, until people would have guidance, they're really not in a position, whether it's a business owner or, a community service group or something, they're really not in a position to go help do something until the guidelines are complete, right?
I kind of think that Charles is saying he's going to take this to Rotary, and they'd like to get moving as soon as possible. So say they were to sponsor a certain number of trees, like how quickly could they just get moving and do it all?
Well, how quickly could somebody get moving and do it all? I'm not saying Rotary per se, but because I would personally sponsor a tree, but you've got to have the outline of what needs to be done. In other words, how deep do you want the hole, and what's the barrier made of, and that kind of stuff.
So right. I guess to answer your question, we do have a tree planting standard right now, and I kind of went over through this presentation some of the different types of grades. I'll back up here that we have out there right here. Something, and we do have these ones on the left that have the metal grade. There's some of those right now. Look in front of the police station. They're there, but there's no trees. Those are really easy. I mean, that's easy pickings to get a tree in right there. So I think the 75,000 is I think we can do it for quite a bit less, especially if we're partnering with civic groups and business owners that really share the same vision. If let's say a group like the Rotary or the Kiwanis or somebody like that say, hey, we're really hands-on, we'd rather just go buy the tree ourselves and get the materials and do the work ourselves. I think I'd tell them, great, let's coordinate that and make it happen. So I think there's opportunity right now to do that. The tree guidelines are more for, I guess, a long-term, goal, but this first phase, we've kind of identified the trees that we're looking to plant along those corridors.
No, I got that. I guess I'm confused about phase 2 being bring back standards, but it sounds like you really almost have those standards already. I mean, you have existing standards. I'm just wondering what will happen that'll be different in phase 2, and so how soon would one expect that to be done? Or are you just saying in the meantime, if a group wanted to get involved and do something, they could just come and tell you, and you would kind of lead them through what they need to do, and you'd come out and look at their hole and that sort of thing and make sure it's all right?
Yeah, I think what we would do is we'd go to these locations and we get them ready, so if there's, a really displaced sidewalk or something broken up that, as we remove a tree and start grinding down that stump, maybe, we need to remove a panel to get that stump fully out. And so we do that and get it all ready, and then work with, business owner or group to get those trees planted. So if they wanted to write a check, say to the city, for us to do it, or our contractor, we could do that. Or if they want to do it, we're super open, and we want to be flexible with the different levels of abilities out there, and the folks that want to be hands-on and the ones that just want to write a check and have a new tree in front of their business. Is that, Phil, did you want to weigh in on that?
No, that's sufficient. I just finally got my webcam to work, so apologize.
I'm good. Thank you for the answer.
Councilmember Funk.
Our city manager was pretty involved in this too, and she might, I'm gonna look to her also to weigh in if I'm straying a little bit.
I'm sure she will. Councilmember Funk. You are muted.
I'm going to remember one of these days. I just wanted to follow up on the sense of timing. How long are you expecting phase one to take? And then do I understand that part of the learning from phase one is what, at least how that process went so that we can establish guidelines for in phase two?
I would say, you know, by this fall, wouldn't you say, Director Dunsmore and City Manager? Maybe this
Yes,
fall.
that's the hope. And we'll be coming back with the guidelines and everything in September to City Council.
That is the plan, is to bring back those guidelines. There are some drafts that just have a little bit more tweaking, plus we want to implement what we learn in there. So the aim is to bring that back to you in September.
I think we have the guidelines pretty well baked. We just want to taste it and make sure it's a good recipe and then memorialize that.
Okay. And in our climate, some of our trees like to be planted in the fall, and it's trees and shrubs and things, so that they can take all that winter water. And some of them prefer to be planted in the spring. What are these trees like?
Most trees actually like to be planted in the fall just because then they have the winter to be able to recover, especially the trees that go dormant, such as the sycamores. They're so much better to plant when they're dormant in the fall, in November especially, and then they have a chance to root and they have cooler weather and water and moisture so that they can get established. Probably the worst time to plant any tree is in midsummer, in August and September. Other than that, most of the year works pretty well.
So will we be able to accomplish what we need to do in phase one in time that people could be planting trees systematically in November of 2020?
That is the hope.
Good.
Any other council questions? Seeing none, I will open up the public comment period, and we'll ask our city manager, is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak on this item?
There's nobody in the public here.
Thank you. And Luke, do we have any callers that are wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, we have two callers. Our first caller is Jeff Oslin.
Good evening once again, Council. I think this is a great thing for the downtown. There's two things that I would bring up as concerns because I've heard you speak about this before. I thought a permit was needed to do any of this stuff downtown, and if so, can we streamline that process so you don't have to get a permit to take a tree out or replace the tree? The second would be, you've referred to, and Nick, you did it too, so did you, Madam Mayor, as the business owner's responsibility. It's normally the property owner responsibility. So if we could clarify that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next caller is Anna Pickerich.
Hi, this is Anna Picharge. I am a business owner on Entrada, and I have had lengthy conversations about the trees here. I am strongly in support of approving the $75,000 for the downtown improvement of the sidewalks as well as the tree renewal process. I don't anticipate that the majority of funds will be allocated to the trees. It's going to be fixing the sidewalks that are extremely hazardous to pedestrians, especially when we return to normal and get to do art and wine tours and actually get to walk our streets again. So that's an exciting piece of it. I do think it's a bit insensitive to approach business owners at this time to sponsor a tree when we're worried about paying rent and getting customers to shop with us when they can't come in our stores. So I do think it would be great to have sponsors, but I don't know if the business owners are the ones to be approaching about that at this time. And then lastly, I know it is in our as it is currently written, it is the property owners that are responsible for the trees and sidewalk maintenance. However, it was not the business owners or the property owners that planted the trees that are causing all of the issues. So I think it's a great opportunity for the city to step in and put in place the guidelines so we have the uniformity of not only how the trees look, but to maintain our sidewalks and safety for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petarich and Mr. Oslin. And was that all, Luke? Anyone else?
We have no additional colors for this item.
Thank you. And I'll ask our city clerk, are there any comments that were received by email to be read into the record?
There are no comments to read into the record.
All right, thank you. So we'll close the public comment period. And yes, both of our speakers are correct. It is the property owners, not the business owners. And so I think some of us have said that, meaning property owners. So that is correct. Possibly Nick or Phil, could you answer Mr. Oslin's comment regarding a permit for the trees?
I can do that. So one of the things I mentioned, I send out a lot of letters on is sidewalk repairs and everything else. In the municipal code, the encroachment ordinance allows us to waive that encroachment permit fee for those sidewalk repairs and other types of work in the right of way that we're indicating needs to be fixed. So we have that ability right now. Usually, like if somebody gets a notice that they need to repair their sidewalk, that if they come in and get an encroachment permit, we typically just waive that fee, and that is something in the municipal code we have right now. So we'd still want them to get an encroachment permit, but we could waive that fee.
Okay, and that's already set up. Okay, thank you. All right, well, we'll bring this back to council for comments or a motion. Councilmember Funk.
Yeah, I have one additional staff question for Mr. Dunsmore. Are all of the options that we're looking at for trees that would be on El Camino Real and all of this consistent with the options being considered for the Downfront Town Infrastructure Enhancement Plan?
Yes.
Okay. We just don't want to go into doing something and then having to rip it up again. Is that right?
Exactly. No, in fact, in other cities that we've looked at that have done a very similar downtown enhancement plan, they've actually utilized the London Plain sycamores in 2 different cities that I've been to because of its resilience and because of its adaptability to the urban environment, and because it's deciduous and you get the summer shade and the winter sort of sun through it. And they do well in those kinds of environments. So that's a good comment. But yes, it could be consistent with that in terms of the varieties and the type of planters that we utilize. They can be adaptable to that very easily, and they have been considered in that plan.
Okay, great.
And I might add, if I can, to that, is these sidewalk areas with the downtown traffic calming or enhancement plan. We're not really looking to tear up sidewalks necessarily. We're looking at that space between the curbs and reutilizing that pavement area. So a lot of these trees won't even, or the sidewalk and curb around them won't even be impacted, most likely by the project.
Okay. I would be comfortable making a motion if you're ready for that, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
I think it's time to do this. It's a strategic investment in our community, and I would move staff's recommendations as stated.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Funk, a second by Councilmember Newsome. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsome?
Yes.
Councilmember Fonzie?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barbeau?
Yes.
Mayor Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, we are on to our discussion item, something that we've had on for a few months now, just in case we need to have any conversations regarding COVID. And obviously, you know, we all know we're kind of in a mode now where the information comes regularly, and so most of us are informed at almost the same time, and we're, you know, in a space where we are closing back down, unfortunately. The kind of the final straw for us will probably get that notice that come Thursday will be the day where, you know, gyms and all the other indoor areas will have to close. I can say on my part, one of the concerns I'm hearing is that while we have, you know, because one of the things that we think here is that, okay, yes, our case numbers are going up, but the capacity that we have within our healthcare system really is not being impacted. We're not seeing we're not running out of beds. We're not getting anywhere near using the alternative care site. We still have plenty of ventilators, so we're not seeing those hospitalizations increase significantly. My understanding is that that is happening elsewhere throughout the state, and there is that concern that, you know, could we at some point have people coming here to our hospitals because there is not space where they are. So I think that's something to look out for. And we just don't know what's going to happen elsewhere. So we don't necessarily, unfortunately, control our own destiny right now. But I will ask our city manager to give her report.
Thank you, Mayor. You covered a lot of it. I do want to just go over the governor's order that came out yesterday. I'm sure everybody's heard that all outdoor operations throughout the state are closed immediately for dine-in restaurants, wineries and tasting rooms, movie theaters, family entertainment centers, zoos and museums, and card rooms. And throughout
Rochelle,
the state, yes.
I think you meant indoor. You said all outdoor.
Oh, that's correct. Sorry. They're only allowed to do outdoor operations, all indoor operations. You can still do takeout, go in, pick it up, come out. But they're only allowed to do outdoor operations, takeout, those types of things. And bars, brew pubs, breweries, pubs, all must be closed, both indoor and outdoor statewide. As the mayor said, we're on the state watch list. Following 3 days on the state watch list, it is expected that the state will order us to shut down or modify for outdoor operations or pick up only the following: fitness centers, worship services, protests, offices for non-essential sectors, and there is a link to the state website on what that means. Personal care services such like nail salons, body waxing, tattoo parlors, hair salons and barbershops, and malls. So please go to readyslow.org to get more information on exactly what that looks like if you have questions. Based on today's numbers and our trend, I would imagine that the state will order us to join some of the other counties that have already shut down those indoor operations.
And you probably saw the announcement, the press release this evening. We do have a 6th death in our county. It was someone in their 90s who was in a congregate care facility, and so that person we have unfortunately lost that individual. So any questions or comments from council on anything related to COVID? Councilmember Funk.
Will the zoo remain open for its outdoor activities?
Yes, the zoo, we are planning to keep the zoo open. It has been working well with limiting the numbers of people that are allowed in the zoo at any one time. We do require masks be worn the entire time at the zoo, and so far it is working okay. So it is a completely outdoor zoo, so you can visit the Charles Paddock Zoo.
And for brew pubs, are they still allowed to offer takeout, or are they completely closed down?
It is my understanding that they can still offer takeout if ABC allows that, then they are allowed to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Rochelle. Is there anyone, now we'll open up public comment. Is there anyone in the audience there with you, Rochelle, wishing to speak on this item?
No, there is not.
Thank you. Luke, are there any callers wishing to speak on this item?
We have no callers for this item.
And lastly, are there any comments that were received by email to be read into the record?
There were no comments received by email.
Thank you. So we'll close public comment and we'll go on to council announcements and committee reports. So we'll start with, I'll go from my right to my left this time. So we'll start with Councilmember Funk.
Okay. The Homeless Services Oversight Council will meet tomorrow. It'll be our first meeting by Zoom, and we'll be catching up on the major programs and where they stand. Also, Mayor Moreno and I, do you want to address the meeting that you and I had with the representatives of Race Matters Slow?
Feel free to go forward. Yeah.
So the mayor and I had a very constructive conversation with two representatives of Race Matters Slow, and along with the city manager and the chief of police. And we are looking to, we resolved a number of things where there's a lot we agree with in spirit of the concerns, but not necessarily the objectives that were laid out in that group's demands that were based on national and broader situations were not necessarily as applicable to Atascadero. So we had a great conversation about that. Things like in a city with 8 freeway exits, it's not really safe to let protesters go onto the freeway. It's just too dangerous for both them and the drivers. Those kinds of things that we will work for ensuring safety for personnel. Very constructive, and I think that we can look forward to good participation in our processes when we start looking at the particulars of policing. The specific request that the mayor and I discussed with them was for a statement by the council in lieu of declaring necessarily a public health emergency or public health crisis over racism, to clarify the council's level of concern, to acknowledge the serious problems that exist nationally and that permeate our society and this community as well, that we and talk about what we aspire to be. And the mayor and I would like to come back to the council with some language that we'll work with Rochelle to craft. Rochelle's about to head off on vacation, so perhaps we can, the timing of that is probably not for the August agenda, but maybe for the first September meeting that we could draft.
And so I think thank you very much. You did a good job sort of laying out that very constructive conversation we had. And so we're thinking of a resolution of some sort to share to speak to the shared values that we have. And so, yes, well, if that's okay with the three of you, we would like to work on that with Rochelle when she returns, and we'll bring that back to you probably a meeting in September. Seeing nods. All right, we're 10:30, so it's getting kind of late here. Thank you, Councilmember Funk. Councilmember Fonzie.
Thank you. Heather Newsom and I met with the Design Review Committee a week or two ago to discuss mini storage 2, the mini storage down on El Camino near Santa Barbara Road with the geodesic home house on it. And they had a revised plan, very nicely done, actually an improvement over what we saw before. And we were instructed not to discuss the land use per se, just the design. So that is what we did. Although it was stated that the council had gave a very strong opinion on what should be there and what should not. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Newsom?
Thank you, Councilwoman Fonzie, for that report. And I had forgotten about that meeting already. Nothing else to report.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bourbeau?
Yes, last week on July 8th, I attended a all-afternoon strategic planning session for the IWMA, the Integrated Waste Management Authority. We sat all spaced out in a large hotel conference room with the big doors wide open. We discussed, there was a facilitator who had interviewed each board member ahead of time and so laid out issues of concern that have been expressed by various board members. And also we talked about kind of the future role of the IWMA, because there's, I think I mentioned last time, there's somewhat of a divide between the primary purpose of the IWMA, you know, it having been created as a joint powers authority in 1994 by the 7 cities and the county itself. And kind of there's a little bit of contention over the role in terms of how it should go about its business. It was created for the purpose of so that all of the individual cities did not have to individually comply with all of the Integrated Waste Management Act requirements. And part of that is to adopt things like household hazardous waste programs, which has been done and everybody in the county has access to it. There are various landfills. Some of that was to continually try to divert waste from landfills, and that ultimately resulted in something like plastic bag ban, those kind of things. But so there's some discussion as to how far down that path the body should go. There was discussion that the county at some point in time might consider withdrawing from the IWMA because a majority of the Board of Supervisors is not pleased with what they consider, and I'll use the phrase, an overly active agenda on the part of the IWMA. And so there was kind of considerable discussion about that. No real resolution. Then there was discussion about what are the values and the objectives of the organization. And so some folks wanted to set some very aspirational goals about achieving zero waste by a certain year. And kind of we're talked off of that in the sense that, no, zero is not realistic. You know, we need to have realistic goals. So the facilitator is they will come back at another time with trying to synthesize what everybody put out there as goals and objectives. And there was some agreement on the mission statement, and the mission statement being fairly clearly, you know, that the cities and the county came together to comply with state law, and that the organization exists to do that in a cost-effective way. So it was very productive because it kind of put some things on the table that needed to be put on the table, but it didn't reach final resolution, if you will. So there will need to be further discussion on where to go in the future. And of course, for the near future, it's kind of anticipated we'll be back to having, you know, remote meetings, perhaps for a while. So that took about 4 hours of time there. So.
Thank you. Let's see, I had a EVC meeting at the end of June. Chuck Davidson did a report on tourism, which now just seems completely useless based upon the new orders from the governor. But yeah, any of the new flights we had into the airport, of course, have been halted. But we were the busiest non-hub airport in June, so that was very interesting. The website that EVC has worked on for some time is called slowcountyworks.com, is up and running, and that is really to help match businesses with employees and vice versa. So whether it's, you know, a potential employee from out of the area that has maybe a unique skill set that is looking to come to this area and can kind of look to this site and see, for example, if you're being recruited by a particular business in a certain industry, and you look and there's no other industry around, you might say, you know, gosh, if this doesn't work out, and then I've moved, you know, 2 states over to work for this company, I don't know that I want to take that risk. And so part of what this website's done, and they will be adding regularly, is to have the different industries and businesses there. So anybody looking at relocating here can see what are the businesses and the industries that are available here. Or if someone's coming here and has a partner with them that also needs to find work. So it really is looking at, you know, why would you want to be here? I think too, for any businesses looking to come here, it is a good way for them to see the quality of life that we have here. The other businesses are here that they would collaborate with, and, you know, obviously some competition, but I think that ultimately is good when other businesses are seeing that there are businesses here. So I recommend checking out slowcountyworks.com. EVC is also having a child care initiative, so sort of listening and researching on how they might help with that issue, because we do know for economic development, for people to be building businesses, to be working, child care is a critical issue and a real challenge right now in our county and elsewhere. Lastly, the RTA meeting, the Regional Transit Authority. So the fare box penalty has indeed been waived for, suspended, I should say, for at least 2 or 3 years. So that is good. The bus maintenance facility, we did need to go out to bid again. We received more bids. There was another protest, but that was actually handled. So we are moving forward. And it is looking very likely that we will get the TIFIA funding. And we will be the first rural project initiative, which will be really exciting. So I know that both Pete Rogers with FlowCog and Jeff, Jeff's last name escaped me, Jeff Straw with RTA have been instrumental. And actually our supervisor, Debbie Arnold, has been very instrumental. There was a time earlier this year when we were thinking it may or may not happen. And she has really helped to push that at the federal level for us to receive that funding. And if we do, what that means is approximately a little over a $13 million TIFIA loan that is 50% of the U.S. Treasury rate and a 35-year payback. So today that rate would be 0.8%. So it would be an incredible, just amazing for us to get that. And we are really looking at this could come back to us in September. It'll be finalized. We'll be approving it and moving forward. And what did hold too, as I said last time in the previous RFP process, that the bids came in lower and they continued to. So the initial budget for construction costs was $24 million, and what it's come in now is at 16.9. So just good news all around on a big project and one that needs to get done, because we only have so much longer in that facility that we are currently in. So that is it for RTA and for me. And I will ask, do we have any individual determinations? Any with staff? Anywhere? All right. Meeting adjourned. And Rochelle, have a wonderful vacation.
Thank you all.
Good night, all.
Enjoy. Good night.
Night.